It looks like we are live once again. Hello, hello. Starting about a minute early today just because I wanted to make sure everything goes smoothly. I was having some issues with some stuff yesterday, but it looks like we're good and live. Welcome back to our TerrafirmaGreg playthrough. So, oh yes, I'm excited for today actually. I'm very excited for today because yesterday we had our graphite. We found it. We found graphite. And we have so much kaolin clay. And we have so much of all this stuff. We're going to be making our crucible today. We're going to be working on doing a lot of stuff here. Oh, okay. All right, looks like I'm having some sound issues. I'm going to restart my Minecraft real quick. Hopefully that fixes it. You know what? Actually, may have not needed to do that. Turns out my headphones weren't turned on, so you know how that goes. Um, but we'll just restart it real quick, anyways. So, but like I was saying, today we're going to be doing. We're going to be working on a lot of things. That crucible is going to really help us. We're going to start getting more iron and everything. I'll show you. The crucible's so amazing. We're going to have such a great time with that crucible. We're going to be, let's see. We need to get a more proper. This doesn't mess anything up. I think we'll be fine. Uh, we're probably going to work on getting a proper, like, actual area built for the forging and everything. We have the downstairs area, but that's going to get reworked into something else later on. It'll be a secret little thing for us to do later. But okay, there we go. All right, so now we're back. Let's see. All right, there's a lot that we need to do. First, I'm going to get rid of this shield. Don't necessarily need to wear that all the time. It's April 2nd, middle of spring. We need grains, vegetables, and protein. What do we have on us? We have some food on us, so we don't need to make any food for a bit. We're probably going to need to do some more soap, though, because I'm pretty sure we are almost out of soap. Yeah, we don't have a whole lot left, and we need more to fill up our... to wash our bowls. So, let's see. At some point, we do have to work on making all that olive oil. I don't remember where I put olive oil. Let's see. Oh, we did get these two large hides. We're going to be turning these into... we're going to be turning them into a kayak. Let's go ahead and get this started scraping. All right, the crucible is kind of the first thing we need to do. I think what we can do is we can start a lot of the kaolin clay getting done in a pit kiln. And while we're doing that, we can work on other stuff. I'll just take these two scraped hides and put them in a barrel of water. And okay, once we get the prepared hides, we'll be able to waterproof them with some of that wax that we have. Okay, so what we need... What do we need? It feels good because we're at a point where we probably we won't be running around as much as we've been doing on like other ones, other times. We can just kind of maybe take it a little bit easy and maybe relax a little bit for this stream. I'm pretty sure we're gonna need another barrel of water for the... Oh, and I'm gonna take one of these and I'm gonna put it up back here. There we are. So, uh, I have so many new things that I can do. It's almost hard to determine what I should do first. Let's see. That olive oil, we do need some soap. Not sap, soap. So, in order to make soap, Yeah, it's 9 buckets of olive oil, 9 millibuckets for each bucket of lye. Um, which I can actually do. I don't need, I thought I would need water. I guess I can add the soap to the water, but we don't need that right now. Gotta let it solidify and everything. Okay, so what we should be able to do is take a bucket of this olive oil, and then if we take, we'll need a jug, and we can take a bucket or a jug of olive oil out, which will give us 900, and then all we need is 100 lye, and there we go. We've got soap. Now the soap is made, so that'll give us 8 things of soap once that gets done. We really should work on some more olive oil at some point. Okay. Let's see. Where to begin? Okay, the vessels. We need to fill our vessels with some kaolin clay. And I think we only have these 2 vessels. We never made more. So I'm going to make 2 more, and we can fire these while we are doing the pit kiln for the other 2. And you know what? Maybe I should stain one of these. I can stain a vessel, and then it'd be easier for me to see which ones I could glaze it. Well, how would I... Let's see, how do I make these? So like if I made an orange one, it's just applying dye, or we could do the sealed barrel recipe with the orange dye. So let's look into making some dye. This one should be easy. Okay, it's just boiling water and dye in a vat. And it ends up being much more effective having dye that way. So, hello little bees. I think I have most of my... We're gonna have to come up with an area... What I might do is I might remove some of these sections in here that have the item barrels and replace them with the liquid barrels. And I can put them, like, on their side. Let's go cut down a palm tree, because I'm probably gonna need a little bit more palm lumber for what I'm doing here. Okay. This will give me 7. I think I'm gonna cut down another one. Okay. I didn't know these field horsetails died. Okay, let's see, let's see. See, the issue is I'm starting to run out of palm trees that are close to the base. We might need to start planting more palms since we use that wood so much. We really should switch... We really should switch to a different wood, though. I like maple wood, and it's more useful. But if we kept using up all our maple, we just run into the same problem with having to go and chop more maple wood. So it's one of those things where, like, the palm trees are plentiful enough, and we're eventually probably going to have to clear out these palm trees anyways. So maybe we just go with this. Okay. Alright, so this will be enough to start our pit kiln as well as make the barrel we wanted to make. I'm wondering what I should use for my dye, though. Like, what color dye should I use? Could use... I like the... we're gonna make one for our food, is the big one. So it's kind of a question of, like, what makes you... What color makes you think of food the most? I'm thinking of going with orange. I've heard that, like, this is like a market research study thing where they've done studies and they show like colors like red, yellow, and orange are like more likely to make customers hungrier and like be more likely to buy food or something. Which is why you see places like McDonald's has that color scheme. So I think we're gonna make an orange one. I also just like orange as a color in general. We might end up making a red one if orange ends up being like too difficult to make, which is a distinct possibility. It could. Okay, I'm gonna put that barrel there for now. Um, let's see. I want orange. So my orange dye, obviously it's just red and yellow put together. We can also make it with copper powder, but I kind of don't want to do that. Any of these flowers? Ooh, I think we have some of those. Ooh, okay, it has a tag, so should be able to search by tag. If C makes, and then we'll do orange. Orange. Yeah, so these ones will, and we should be able to make that, yeah, in a corn. So I know we have lots of those flowers lying around. We might actually have some of those flowers in one of our chests. And I think we need about 10 dye because we're just going to make a whole barrel of it. Okay, yeah, so we have 7 of these. We just need 3 more. And that shouldn't be too difficult to find. Those things kind of grow all over the island here. And that way we can have a color-coded one that has our that has our food in it. That way we don't run into any issues like hunting through our packs for food because we'll know exactly which one has food in it. All right. Where, oh, where? The heliconia, or whatever the heliconia. Don't. Oh, Kana makes orange dye as well. There's tons of that lying around. So if we see any of that, we can also collect some of that. The only issue is, well, it is springtime. You'd think the flowers would be in bloom during this time, if any. But the issue is if these flowers in particular aren't in bloom, they'll be a little bit more difficult to spot. Actually, surprised that we haven't already found any. It's weird because we have enough back at the base that I just had some lying around. So, but that's okay. Another excuse to explore a little bit. I think we're in a position where we're safe at night, even if there are predators about, as long as there's not like a huge pack of wolves. But I think we can survive an attack at this point, long enough to run away. That is. And I don't think I've done a whole lot of exploring in this direction. Blue ginger red. Ah, there we go. Okay, see these things aren't flowering, which I wouldn't be surprised if we've passed by a couple of them because of that. Okay. There we go. There's our 10. And you know what? I just thought about I don't think we needed to get 10. I didn't think we need to get any of these actually. Because if you look, the corn recipe gives us 2 dye for each one. So we now have enough to make 20 dye, which is more than we needed. But I guess that's okay. Better to have more of a resource than not enough, right? So we'll just split this stack in half and grind them up. And then we should be able to do a full pot recipe, a full vat recipe, and make a full barrel worth of orange dye. And using the dye in the liquid form is a lot more effective than using the dye in the like item form, because I think the recipe said it would only take like 100 millibuckets of dye, and that's like a tenth of what a single piece of dye makes. So we're being like 10 times more effective by doing this as opposed to just using the item dye. Back to our trusty Quarren. We should be upgrading this not too long from now. We should be soon. We should be updating our Quarren because the we should be able to unlock create fairly soon. And the create millstone is a lot better than this Quarren. I think some recipes it's actually like it's even more effective. But that's not necessarily always the case. A lot of times it's just the same effectiveness, but the millstone from create doesn't decay. It doesn't have like a damage value, so it doesn't get damaged like a weapon or whatnot. And so it'll last longer, and it's just powered by mechanical power, so we won't have to sit there and like actually do the grinding anymore. All right, at the risk of potentially this not being enough, we're going to try it. Hopefully it all boils with just the one log, otherwise we will have wasted a log. But that's fine. We do have plenty of trees around. And, ooh, our compost is done. We need this compost to make the planters that will be going in, except for this guy, that will be going in the greenhouse. So even though our... Okay. I don't really have the inventory space to be messing with these guys right now, but that's fine. I can put up some of our vessels, some of our other stuff. Don't necessarily need all this in my actual inventory. I can put this in my backpack. But otherwise, the bees would be good enough to keep up with our compost needs. But since we need the item to actually craft the planters, we're going to be needing to make that, which we haven't really been doing. Boy, this is almost all crop affinity 10. And we have 1 9. Gonna do like that. 2 8s. And a 9 and an 8, but we can move this 9 up. Set that one aside. So we should be getting crop affinity 10 soon. I want to get that one strain that has the pure just crop affinity 10. I want to get that up so that we can keep those in standby in case we want to like breed some with like other traits as well. Okay, so move the 8s here and put in this 9. And we don't have anything more for that. This one should have all 8s. I think this one has all 8s. Yeah. And this one has all 7s. So just remove these and we'll just slot in all these 8s. Okay. I need to go double check the vat, make sure that that's gotten done. I need to get the pit kiln started, but I guess that's what we were doing. We were getting the thing, we were getting the dye. Let's check and see if that was enough. A single maple log tends to be enough for a lot of recipes, and it was in this case. Let's just take this. I'm just going to leave this here for now. We're going to leave one of these unfired vessels in here. It'll take a minute for it to finish dying, but once that's done, we can start our pit kiln. which I might as well go and get the rest of it started, but I think I'll check on the animals first, because, you know, that normally takes about a minute. Okay, guys. What I need is our little donkey fellow, or cow, any of these babies that haven't been sheared, because we're currently using them being sheared as an indicator of if they have full familiarity, which this one does, so we're going to shear him. And I'm pretty sure there's an extra baby in here, so one of you guys... Yeah, see, you're not pregnant. So hopefully we get another one. There we go. Okay. So that one just gave birth. And I need to milk the cow. So we're ending up with a lot of these alpacas. Like a lot. But considering alpacas just continuously grow wool, I think it's fine. I think we may be able to give our alpacas a bit of a break after this round. I don't think we're going to have them have any more babies after this next round because there are a lot of baby alpacas in this field. Okay, our thing should be done dying. I need to put the wheat back up. I'm really excited about the donkey. I found him just kind of hanging out, and hopefully he will, hopefully he'll be our best friend later. We'll be able to ride him to, like, the shore and everything. Oh, maybe we'll have to put, like, some special, uh, what would it be called? We have to put some, see, like, I put up the one that had food in it. We'll have to put, like, a special stables at the docks that we make. That way our steed will have a nice little spot to hang out in while we're gone. Or, you know, eventually maybe we'll end up bringing the animals with us if we get a big enough boat. I've never made the sloop, and we need steel in order to make it, but once we make a sloop, I think there's a lot of extra. There's a very cool vessel. There's a lot of extra features with it. I know it has a lot more storage space. It has plenty of seats. It has an anchor, which is probably the feature I'm most excited about because that means we can just like drop anchor in the middle of the ocean and it won't drift away. I need my clay because I need to put... It should just be 2 stacks because since these stack up to 64, but they'll only stack up to 16. Yeah, see, they only stack up to 16 in the vessels. So let's go and get these placed. And I know there's a spot back here where I think I may have been doing some pit kiln earlier, but we need right here. And then let's collect our straw. I could just get some from storage, but I'm already out here, so might as well collect it from out here. And it helps keep the lawn a little bit cleaner. There we go, and then we'll just toss a torch. And there we go. In 8 minutes we'll have, hopefully we'll have enough kaolin clay to make a crucible. Maybe not. We might have to do another pit kiln, but that's fine. But we'll have enough to make a crucible, and hopefully we'll have some other stuff. We'll have that new vessel. Okay, what to do in the meantime? I'm going to stare up at the sky while I contemplate. So I think that we're going to need... I think the thing that really needs to be worked on first, aside from the crucible, I think is going to be the greenhouse. Because So the greenhouse will grow pineapples. That's going to be the greenhouse's primary function, is just going to be growing pineapples. And if we have a greenhouse that is growing pineapples, we will have we'll be able to get the leather. Leather, I think, is a really important resource that we just don't quite have access to right now. We could go about slaughtering our alpacas, and sure, that would get us some leather, but it's not a very sustainable way. I mean, I guess it kind of is. There's nothing really against the rules. I just kind of feel bad about slaughtering the animals, right? Like, I would rather, especially because, like, they eventually get to the point where they're too old and they can't produce, and that's when you really want to, like, to slaughter them because they won't produce any of their other resources. I also just don't like doing it as much. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe I'll just release alpacas onto the island and let them roam free. But the more, like, sustainable, and I think more importantly, the more automatic we can have a lot of this be, the better off. I'm going to be digging this section here because I want to get an idea. I want to have this go out to the ocean as well. We're going to have, from that crossroads, we're going to have the we're going to have roads out in all four directions. And the other reason is because I want to see what level this water is out here, and if I would be able to use an aqueduct to move it closer to our base. Because then we should be able to just power the greenhouse. We'll be able to make sprinklers that can water the crops automatically. And while watering crops, I don't think it's really nearly as big of an issue because the crops, like, really don't take that much water. But I guess it could cause issues if we had to leave for a long time. I'm not sure if the crops will, like, actually, if they'll die if you don't water them, or if they just don't grow. They probably die, given how a lot of the other stuff works regarding crops. They'll probably just die. We don't want that. And we have copper, and copper is what is mostly used for the sprinklers and, like, the pipes and everything. Ooh, which reminds me, I wonder if we can even put sprinklers in, because let's look up. So we need our greenhouse stuff, and we're probably going to be using wax treated wood because we have so much wax. There's no real reason for us to use anything else. And I don't think it really changes anything aside from aesthetics, but needs this. See, here's the issue, is we need this reinforced glass. So, okay, we can make this. We can make this pretty easily, I think. I'm not 100% sure if we can I'm not 100% sure if we can do a table pour. I think we can, because I think we can just do it on the cowl and clay blocks. If we need to use brass, that's a bit more complicated. Yeah, and there's no other way to make aside from that. Okay. We'll have to test that at some point. Okay. Okay, I should be close to the water. The water, right? Past this boulder. Or once we hit the boulder, we're at water level. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to turn off my heater because it's getting hot enough in this room, so I'll be right back. All right, I didn't turn it fully off, but the heater was giving off, like, that, yeah, that smell of, like, burnt dust. Yeah, it was kind of giving off that smell, and I don't know how safe that is to breathe long term. So I'd rather just rather be safe than sorry. And also, with the door closed in this room, it should stay pretty warm in here. If I get too cold, I can just turn the heater back on. So as long as the water that we're digging to, as long as it is at least level with the with the base, we should be able to pull it towards, we should be able to aqueduct it towards the base. Okay, so this is at the rock layer. So I'm just gonna jump up here. So it's 2 down from this spot. Okay, so this is at a slightly higher elevation than the base, which is good because this means we'll be able to pull this, we'll be able to aqueduct this to the base, and I can probably start from like right here and aqueduct it in this direction. And that'll bring us close to where the farm currently is. And I have been thinking about moving this pasture somewhere else. So what we might do is we might just replace this pasture with greenhouses. And I might put the pasture out more further in that direction because I saw some really nice looking spots that were fairly flat that I think would be a better place for them. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, the pit kiln. I don't think we've been gone 8 minutes, but we sure have. Yeah, it's still cooling down a little bit. I don't know if this is going to end up being enough clay to start with, but... Okay, so now I have my orange glazed vessel. We'll just wait for this to cool down a little bit. And let me get my food out of that bowl. Okay, now I can put my food in here, and then we know that the orange vessel is my food vessel. It's like a little lunchbox. Okay, put up some dirt. Have most of it in here. Rooted dirt can go in there too. Okay, and this clay that we have, don't know if this is going to be enough. So we need 4 for each ball. This will be just enough to make the first crucible. The first crucible is all we really need at the start. I'll put the rest of these vessels up in my backpack, so we might need them later. Let's grab a little bit more normal clay. And I need my graphite, which should be downstairs. I'm not going to process all the graphite. So one of the things, we've kind of just been processing everything as we get it because we do kind of need all the stuff that we've been processing. But in reality, we don't really have to do that because later on we unlock new ways of processing that will get us like byproducts and stuff. And it's not one of those things where it's super necessary, but if we leave some of our stuff unprocessed, then that means we'll just get more stuff later on. And we'll only kind of process on a need to basis. So we need at least 5 crushed graphite. And once we purify this, each one of these should turn into 4 pieces of graphite powder once we put it through a quern. Torches are going out. Yeah, so this should get us 20 pieces of powder. Okay. Then what's the pattern? It's, yeah, like that. Then clay in the middle, and we get our fire clay. Now, out of a batch of fire clay, should be able to make a crucible. So this crucible needs to be fired. I think we can just do that in a pit kiln. Okay, and it only takes up one spot. And because of that, we're going to go get some more of the clay and cook that. Because the clay, Carlin clay, doesn't really get used for anything else aside from being turned into this powder. So it's not like we really have to worry too much about what happens to it or like conserving it. Well, no, that's fine. I'll collect more straw while I'm out here. Keep the yard clean. Home logs. And toss a torch. We're gonna need to make some more torches soon. I could probably do that on a forge, I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's go look and see if there's a better area for these animals here. Because I know that, like, if we go out a little bit, there's a really relatively flat area. I guess this area is relatively flat too. Because if we, like, go out past where I've got this road. Okay, like, I think this area out here would make for a really good place for animals to let them kind of roam. But it is also a little bit out of the way. So I think for now, we're going to try and maybe... We're going to try and maybe, like... What could we do? I think we're going to put it a little bit closer. And then I have plans for later on out here. I had an idea that would be really cool later on if we're building like a zoo. And I think that would be a really good thing to put in that area. And we could like import all sorts of animals and stuff and build them little habitats. I think that would be a really fun project for later. But for now, the question is, do I want to level this off with dirt or do I want to leave it the way it is? Because a lot of this section here is at this slightly lower layer. And I think it would be a lot easier to just try and conform to the existing land, but then you come out to like this section, and this section is all at a slightly higher layer, which is the one we normally work on. So I think we're going to try to raise the rest of this ground out here. And let's start off by chopping some trees. I really need to bring my whiskey out here when I do this stuff to make this process faster. The good thing about a lot of the terraforming stuff we've been doing is that if I run out of dirt for this area over here, I can just start working on cutting through some of the areas for the roads we've been building. And that should give us enough of our um it should give us enough dirt eventually. I mean, it probably would take a while. Part of the reason why we need to get the iron production and honestly steel production online so that we can have better tools. Because we're about to break another shovel. And this is what, um the second iron shovel that we've had? It's a good thing they're so easy to make. I don't know what I don't know like how bad we would be if we weren't getting masterful on every time we make a shovel. I don't know how much it would affect us. Yeah. Yeah, I think leveling off this area probably won't be that difficult. It's going to require a lot of dirt and a good amount of time. But luckily, we're going to have quite a bit of time because a lot of the stuff that we're doing actually takes a bit of time to do, like time that we don't have to be doing anything. Like, I mean, like the pit kilns we've been doing, once we start getting our, um, call it, ooh, I need to test. Oh, okay. You guys are dead. It must be getting too hot for the wheat. We have so much wheat at the base though that I really just don't really care that much about what's going on with the wheat. But I want to see what happens if I try breaking the wheat with a hoe. Is that going to get me more seeds? And if it does, then I would have figured out how to do seed duplication. Because I think there is supposed to be a way that you can get more seeds from your crops. I break in one of these. Okay, so that dropped 3 seeds. Okay. So this does work this way. Potentially, yeah. Okay, cool. So I think what it is that it only happens if the crops are given nutrients, maybe? Because I've tried this in other ways, and it just did not give me extra seeds. Okay, but that gave me quite a few cabbage seeds. So we're going to destroy these. And we're going to let them sit for a while. So that they could make us even more seeds. Yeah, see, we ended up with 30 wheat seeds and 6 cabbage seeds, which we only had 4 cabbage seeds to start with, and there's still a cabbage in the field. Okay, so I think I did figure out the secret to making more seeds. Which means we could make use of rotten compost later on. Because like I said, I think it's just like, maybe it just has to be mature or it has to have nutrients. I don't know. I did some testing in like a creative world. And those tests may have been a little bit inconclusive because there's a chance that, so like what I was doing was I was just giving it like the command to add time. And that would make the crops mature. They weren't getting any extra nutrients though, which is why I think it might have something to do with that. Bars of soap. Need 10 for a full barrel of soapy water. Um, where would I have put soap? think I had some extra soap. I don't think... I forgot we had to do it. I don't think we had any out here. I think I left it in... Yeah, in here. Okay, and we have exactly enough to make a full barrel of soapy water. So there's our 2 large prepared hides. Let's take this one and put our soap in it. Okay, so that's our soapy water. And we can put this back over here so that we can wash our bowls. This large prepared hide needs some beeswax applied to it to make it into a into waterproof hide. I'm gonna get, I think it's like 7 or 8 for each one because I think it's like this. Yeah. Luckily, we have so much beeswax that this isn't really even like an issue for us. But I also think we had some hides. Yeah, we're going to start processing this hide into leather. We want to make a beekeeping outfit is what we really want to start off with. Okay, and then these waterproof hides, we need some string and a few pieces of lumber. Compost. I need to start more compost too, now that I think about it. Okay. Lumber. Do I want to use up that stuff, or do I want to just... I'm going to saw up some more palm. Okay, now this, 2 waterproof hides, a yarn. There we go, we've got a kayak. And now it should be a stick and 2 pieces of palm lumber, and we get a kayak paddle. So this will give us a lot of access to the kayak. So small. Can you go into a chest? Can. I wasn't expecting the kayak to be able to be put in a chest, but I guess it's just medium or large. The weight is medium. The size is large. Okay. Our crucible should be done. Yes. Okay. Wonderful. See this thing? See? Pretty great. We're gonna leave those there for a bit. I'm gonna go plop this down on the charcoal forge. Let me go back upstairs. I want to double check if we have any more metals lying around that need to be brought downstairs. I don't think we do, but I may have missed some. There's this little chunk of silver. And a little bit of copper. Oh, we need to... Seeing that stuff made me remember that we need to do the what is it called? Compost. Let's make sure we get that started because it takes a while. I think these count as browns. Yeah. Okay, so that's all the greens that we need. We just need some more browns, but we have that stuff that we get from sugarcane to fill in that spot, and cabbages went bad. All this other stuff is fine. Oh, this squash went bad too. Go harvest some of that stuff. Did we have... I swear we had... I swear we had a barrel that had cabbages in it that were being brined, and those would have gone bad by now too. I feel like I just lit. There we go. I might as well put this, well, it doesn't need to go in a vessel, so I'll just put it back in here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to try and take all of our bits of iron out, not the asbestos. Do not need to be touching asbestos. Okay, yellow limonite, hematite, goethite, pyrite. There should be... I guess there isn't anymore. I already put this stuff up. Crushed ruby. Yeah, the rest of this is just other stuff. Okay, let's go process this. I really should have put up some of my inventory. I'll do that while it's cooking. Okay, first this stuff all needs to be crushed up with a hammer. And then it needs to be washed. Okay. The cool thing about this, I can put all this in here, and I can put all of this stuff in the crucible. We don't have a huge amount of it. I can put it all in the crucible, and then I can light it, and it'll just melt into the crucible. Which this isn't going to melt without use of the bellows, but I'm going to go and quickly put up some of the stuff we have in our inventory while that's heating up. Gravel. Sticks. Plants. Okay, be good for now. Wash these two bowls I have. And we don't actually have a spot. I'm just gonna shove them in this vessel. Down, down we go. Okay, this one has liquid iron in it, so we'll take that with us. And yeah, so this stuff is... The charcoal forge almost got fully heated up while we were gone. And I can put this here, and you see it'll start draining. And we just need to take out some more. Alright, we just got to keep it hot enough that it stays melted. So this will get us probably about like 10 or so ingots. A little bit more than that. Maybe closer to like 16 or something. Wasn't really paying attention. But you see how much easier this is than what we were having to do earlier? All that stuff about having to like take the vessels out and pour it in and keep heating it back up and all that stuff. Not a problem with a crucible. And the great thing is we can also do alloys a little bit easier in this, so when we go to make bronze, it'll be a lot easier in here. Okay, should be less than 3 ingots left. Means we should get like what, 14? 13 maybe? I think it's 14. Okay. Now we can just turn off it. We did use up a lot of charcoal because it does use quite a bit doing the it uses up quite a bit doing what's it called? When you heat it up, when you use the bellows, it does increase the consumption of charcoal. That's our one that's partial still. So while those are cooling down, I want to look up the bloomery again because I can never remember how many items it can hold. Okay, so up to 48 inputs, which means we can do 24 ingots at a time, which we have more than enough. Or we don't have that many. Just a second, I'm gonna blow my nose. All right, I'm back. Okay, so we should be able to just take, yeah, 14 ingots. And then we just have to take 14 pieces of charcoal. And in they go. All right, there it goes. So we'll be creating some wrought iron down here. In the meantime, we'll go back up and work on some of our other stuff. Thinking the animals still. Yeah, let's go grab all the dirt we have. Could have left these behind, but that's okay. You know what? I don't need these arrows in my inventory either if I don't even have the bow. Oh, right, the dirt. On and this is gravel. Got put in there because it looked like dirt. I should probably feed the animals. They do have little babies that need to be fed. Alright, come here, guys. Where are you? Little calf needs to be fed. Little donkey. All of you guys. Heck. Did you get fed? Stop pushing. Stop pushing. The babies need food. Okay. Some of you are getting more food than was intended. But that's fine. We have plenty. Okay, I just gotta find that one baby. Yeah. Need to not leave these open. Rats will show up. I haven't seen any rats yet, but they will show up. Okay, remove these with a hoe. There we go. Start placing down all of our stuff, all of our dirt. Guess we should probably figure out how far back we're going to go. I want to make a big pen for them. So let's see. This section here is where it starts dipping down even lower. We'll start with this as a guide. Yeah, we'll start with here as a guide. And let's see how far out I want to go in this direction. Oh, that one must have not counted as a tree. Yeah, and see, if we get a little bit closer, we're going to reach that spot where it does raise up on its own. So we're already at that spot over here. Then we can definitely extend out in that direction. I want to build like an area that is just for the animals that still need to be familiarized. We'll build like some sort of barn maybe. We'll bring some gravel over here to try and fill in this hole. But let's just try getting the sides and everything filled in for now. I think we're definitely going to have to go and cut down some more, cut through some more paths. Okay. I guess we'll just start filling it in kind of row by row. Yeah, man. One of the things I want to do after been read one book, and I've been wanting to read some more of it. It's a book called Iron Widow. It's by a Chinese American author. I think she's Chinese American. I don't know if she's American now that I think about it, but I think she is. But it's a really good book. Supposedly it's a young adult novel, but I kind of think it fits more into like a more in-between area. Because young adult fiction, it's a weird thing because young adult is kind of a misnomer. Young adult fiction is much more aimed at like teenagers than actual young adults, which we would probably consider, 18 to 25. But I think that this book is more young adult in the sense that it does seem to be made for people maybe a little bit older than your standard young adult novel. Not too much, though. I still think it's aimed at like people who are probably closer to the age of like 18. Which is fine. I don't mind reading books that are intended for younger audiences, especially because I tend to like in fantasy novels. And you're the fantasy novels are such a weird thing because like most of the newer stuff that you see in fantasy a lot tends to be made for younger audiences because it's kind of like somehow the genre's kind of been like made out to be more for children, which is really weird considering the roots of fantasy with like Tolkien and a lot of other like I mean because if you read fantasy you know that like big names in fantasy are like the Dragonlance novels and like what else? Um, heck, No, I can't remember. I know Dragonlance is a big one, but we also have, man, I'm blanking. I swear I've read plenty of fantasy novels, but all I can think about is Dragonlance. Forgotten Realms as well. A lot of fantasy novels, like traditional fantasy novels, are written for older audiences, but it kind of feels like nowadays really only have like fantasy novels for younger audiences. And at least I think that that's where like a big portion of like the newer names are. Like there was one book I read. Apparently a pretty famous set of novels. But it starts with like I think it's called The Apprentice. It's written by some guy called like Taryn Matthew. I'm not. I know he has like a somewhat of a weird last name. That isn't kind of pronounced a little bit different. Uh, so I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce it, and I don't really remember it. But that guy, he made some pretty good novels. I liked those ones, but they were definitely aimed at like some what I typically read. But Iron Widow has been really fun. It's still a fantasy novel. It's more sci-fi than it is like traditional fantasy or like high fantasy. Although it kind of rides like a line between the two because it's essentially set in like a um futuristic post-apocalyptic type area. It's seems to be some part of China. The story goes is that these alien creatures, they're called aliens. I don't think anybody fully knows where they came from. I think like the story goes that they like the sky opened up and they just came from the sky. So that's probably why everybody thinks they're aliens, but I don't know what aside from that causes them to be aliens. Um but these aliens come down and they go about they kind of destroy everything and humanity is kind of pushed back to being just a few like so the book takes place in what used to be China. I'm sure there's probably other areas out there maybe that are still surviving, but the story doesn't really preoccupy itself with any of those other places. So uh I need a new shovel, so I need to wait for that iron bloom to finish. Oh wait, nope, that's black bronze. I thought that was a piece of wrought iron I'd left behind, but that's just black bronze. But anyways, the oh, I could make some bronze while I'm down here, waiting on that bloom to finish. So like the premise is pretty good. Well, I need to there's like a million things to work on. Maybe I should set up manufacturing before I really start getting to work on the farm and everything because manufacturing would bring me more stuff, but then again, you know what? I still need to fill in this area with dirt, so let's go grab what gravel we have and try to fill in that section over there. But anyways, so these aliens show up, and like it takes place in what's left of China, and the so the story goes that there was some like they devolved back into like like feudalistic type nation thing, and eventually there was this guy who showed up who's called like I don't remember like the Yellow Sovereign or something, some kind of emperor, and he shows up and he takes like so the aliens are made out of like some kind of weird metal and it's called spirit metal and the aliens this emperor guy he shows up and figures out a way to like make stuff out of that spirit metal from the aliens that they were able to defeat and these guys are like big too like don't this is like the book gets likened to Pacific Rim a lot but honestly I don't think that that's a super good it's much closer to like Evangelion. um but like the emperor figures out how to make these things that they call chrysalises out of the corpses, the bodies of the aliens. and it helps kind of like turn the tide in the battle against the aliens. And there it relies a lot on like Chinese mythology stuff. They use key, which is spelled with a Q. I'm pretty sure it's still pronounced key. I think I'm pretty sure I've heard the term before used that way, and I'm pretty sure it's like um they probably come from like similar, like I mean I guess it doesn't matter anyways, 'cause like the Q's come from what, um romantic languages, the Latin alphabet. So I guess neither like Japan or China would really have that. But no, no. Okay. Um, but it relies a lot on like Chinese mythology with the key. The idea is like the spirit metal can like conduct key. And that's like, key is life energy. I feel like that's something most people would probably be able to infer from like popular mythology and stuff. But the the spirit metal, um it's the story, it's given that like the aliens are like there to, they're there to like key, like they eat key. And in the Chinese mythology stuff, it's kind of explained that like key is in everything, um in like on the earth. At least you have like people and animals and everything obviously have key, but you also have like, the earth itself has key, like water has key, and everything's split up into like the five Chinese elements. So you got like your standard like fire, earth, and water. No air, but you do have metal and wood. And there's a lot of stuff with that. But it's a really good book. It's got like the chrysalises are like giant, like several stories tall. Even the aliens that they fight are like the size of houses. And it's got a lot of stuff. We got our main character, who is the titular Iron Widow, or becomes the titular Iron Widow. If that was, I feel like that's not really like spoiling anything. Most of this stuff is like on the back of the book actually. But it goes pretty in depth about things like how women were treated in a lot of like more traditional Chinese society. Like for instance, the main character has her feet were bound. You know anything about like the foot binding uh ritual? Maybe, I don't know if that would be necessarily count as a ritual practice. That was really common in China back in the day. I don't really know how common it is now. Uh, I I wouldn't be surprised to hear that some places still practice foot binding, but I'm pretty sure it's a practice that's mostly fallen out of favor. But so it's got a lot of stuff with that. And it's just a really good book. I've been really happy reading it. So I found it at a Barnes and Noble when I was at the mall the other day, and I had heard about it before, but when I found it at that Barnes Noble, I'm like, ah, might as well. Book was like what, $12? Books are like, I'll be real with you. As far as like forms of entertainment go, I feel like books are probably one of the cheapest type of entertainment you can engage in. Aside from like, I don't know. I guess, those of you that are watching me here on stream, this is a pretty cheap form of entertainment as well. Like, technically speaking, you're not paying anything to be here. I'm not exactly sure how it works considering I'm not monetized yet or anything, but I know that they do make you watch ads every so often on Twitch. So, I mean, you can argue that even though your watching me is technically free, it's still, you still pay for it in other ways. But like books are a really cool thing because you can like, I've spent, what, it was like $12 for this book. It's like 400 pages, and I'm a little more than halfway through it right now. And to be fair, I'm a pretty fast reader, and I've been reading a lot in my spare time. So I got through like half the book within, let's see, it was this past weekend that I bought the book. I bought it on like Saturday, and it's currently Wednesday. So I've only had the book for like 5 days, and I'm already about halfway through. But I mean, like, you gotta think about like how many hours worth of content you get. That's how I like to um look at like entertainment stuff, especially when you're looking at things like video games versus like movies and whatnot. Like, how many hours of entertainment am I getting from this form of entertainment? Like, am I getting like, a movie you spend like, $14. I guess it depends on like where you go. But I think tickets average somewhere between like $10 to $15. And you're spending like, $10 to $15 um on a movie versus like if you get a book that's like, you know, $10 to $15, and you're spending like, tens of hours reading this book. And so when it comes to entertainment, books kind of like win out on a lot of things. Video games too. I mean, obviously, like if you were to go and buy Minecraft right now for $30, uh, like and like start playing this mod pack like I'm playing, then you would get. But hold on, all this talking. Let me take a sip of my drink. Well, like I've already spent close to 50 hours just on this save alone of Minecraft. So I think definitely video games are tend to be even more bang for your buck, especially if you know what you're looking for. Sometimes, sometimes it's not the case. Sometimes it's not the case that you get a huge amount more grains. Need a lot more grains. It's not always the case that you get a huge amount of value out of your video games. Sometimes, especially when it comes to like a lot of those AAA games, sometimes you buy those and like they just barely have any content at all in them. A lot of times those AAA games can be they're big and they look good, but you end up with like a lot less substance than with something like Minecraft. But like, um but the cool thing about that book I was reading is that there's the second one, I think, is either coming out soon or has already come out. So that means that once I finish this book, I'll be able to go pick up a copy of the second book, and I'll get even more content out of it. Okay, let's put. I'm just gonna put these here, and you know what? We might as well do this. Have like the actual like chimney, but this is gonna get destroyed later. Whatever. We're leaving it like this for now. You know what? Yeah, we'll leave it like this for now. I need more. That iron bloom should be done by now. I need to make another shovel. Okay, yeah, iron bloom's done. Let's see if it's cooled off. Yeah. Um, Pickaxe. Gotta snuggle up right next to the iron bloom. Okay, and the cool thing about having the crucible is that we can actually do 9 iron blooms at once instead of having to do the 5 on the charcoal forge. And technically speaking, we could do 14 at once because we could just put more iron blooms um on the charcoal forge itself if we really wanted to, but I kind of don't want to do that right now. So we're going to pound out these iron blooms so that we have the wrought iron on standby while we're working on other things. We need to make more food. I'll probably make sandwiches this time because I need more grains. And Sandwiches are going to be the easiest. Yeah, look at our grains are in. Maybe I'll just. Oh, hold on. Had a burp. Maybe I'll just eat bread for a bit. Yeah, I had there's KFC has started doing I really like their famous chicken bowls. I've liked them for a long time. I wish the mashed potatoes were better because honestly they're kind of mid. But KFC has been doing this they did some more bowls with like their Nashville hot chicken, and I've never had the Nashville hot chicken before, but I decided to try it this time, and honestly, it's pretty good. It's just the right level of spicy, I feel. Um, God, I can't remember how to do this. I think it was, yeah, that's good. And then I can pound this into a shovel. Bam. Masterfully forged every time. But the Nashville hot chicken I felt like was a really good, like, it was a good level of spicy. It wasn't like overly spicy like you get sometimes. And it was a good flavor too, which I think is more important. The issue I always have with spicy food is not that I can't like really handle spicy food. I can definitely handle it more than a lot of other people can, but it's just it tends to overpower the flavor of a lot of things. I don't mind spicy food, but you know, I don't necessarily want it to be so overpowering that's the only flavor you get out of your food. Oops. And I did remember the pattern for this, so luckily one of the things we're going to be doing soon is we're going to be making a forge hammer at some point, and a forge hammer will do this part automatically for us. So I hit it too much. So we will never have to pound out these iron blooms again. Although the forge hammer does work really slow. So I doubt we'll ever end up like pounding out a large amount of iron blooms, but if we ever like desperately need them, it does take a long time. Oops, I was not paying attention. Luckily, this stuff is easy to recover from, and it doesn't matter if we hit it too many times. I just waste a little bit of durability on my hammer. But yeah, the Nashville hot chicken, I think it's given me a little bit of heartburn though. Which, you know, it's kind of something I saw coming. You know, this is a price to pay for eating spicy food sometimes. I don't get really bad heartburn either. I'm not. I know some people are a lot less lucky in that regard, where they get really bad heartburn from everything, but I only get like mild symptoms. Okay, just a few more of these blooms, and we'll go back to doing our terraforming stuff. I'm starting to get these blooms out faster than they can get cooled down. Two more. Take the last bit of charcoal off. Oops, I did not do that one right. That's okay. Alright. Okay, let's put up our tongs. And we'll put these ingots down here. So we have 13 of them. Which we could do several things with. 13's enough to make the coke. Well, actually, never mind. I was gonna say 13's enough to make the coke oven, but it's like 4 ingots per, or no, it's 2 ingots per plate, I think. Yeah, because we need to take a double ingot and pound it into a sheet or a plate. And so that's 2 ingots per plate. So that's actually that's only, well, that's 16, right? We need 8 for the 4 plates to make the coke oven itself, but the wrench that we need to make is going to also take 4 plates. So we'll need 16. So we're going to have to go and get more iron before we make that. And the blast furnace. The blast furnace? Because let me add that to my list of things we need to make. But yeah, see, the blast furnace takes double wrought iron plates and a crucible, which the crucible's not that hard of a thing to get for us now. But that means that this thing alone takes, what, pieces? Is that like 32 pieces of iron? Because it's yeah, you weld together 2 plates. So it's 4 each, and then 4 times 8 is 32. So we need 32 iron ingots before we can make that stuff. Okay, I'm gonna put some of my stuff back down here. And didn't I have something else? Oh, I had these molds I'll put in here. But we're going to, we got our shovel now. So let's continue terraforming some stuff. I think I really should probably clear, like, I should probably get this area filled in first. And I think we can do to put, I don't know. Maybe I will just fill this up with wood, like the actual blank blocks, but I'm not sure. But now that we have a wrought iron shovel, let's go shoveling again. And actually, this whole area will need to be leveled off at some point, so we might as well start on it. Anyways, yeah, I mean, like, I'm excited to go read my book after stream. Once I finish, I wasn't able to get my chores done today because I had an appointment with the dentist. And everything seems to be going pretty good. It wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. And I do have to go back in tomorrow morning for a cleaning, but that should all be done before we start stream. So I don't think there's going to be any issues with that. I will say though, if I ever do not have my stream up at the normal time, I did set up a Blue Sky account, and it should be connected, it should be linked down below the video. Feel free to follow if you want. I haven't posted anything on there yet because I haven't really had to. But if I ever do, like, end up in a situation where I can't stream for the day, I will probably make the announcement on Blue Sky. I don't really use Blue Sky much. I never used Twitter before everything happened, but like I'm just not really like I don't really like do that kind of social media very often. But Blue Sky definitely looks like it's in a better place than Twitter is currently. But like, you know, Twitter, to be real with you, Twitter's kind of been going downhill for a while now. It hasn't just been like recent stuff. It's been a pretty steady decline for quite a few years at this point. I should collect all this clay here. Or I could just pave over it like I've been doing. We're at the point where it's not like we need a huge amount of clay anyway. That has us full up on inventory space almost. We're gonna collect a little bit more dirt. Okay. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna fill in this area over here, and I want to set up like proper like manufacturing stuff, or like a proper like forge area, and we'll have our um oh, what's it called? We'll have our blast furnace and everything out here. I have some ideas for the design. I've done a similar design like I'm gonna do before. I need to make food. That's okay. When it comes time for food, I think we really are going with the just bread diet. Okay, this dirt does not want to stay, but I guess that's fine. I don't know what I expected. Okay, the issue is I want to fill this in, but I don't want to ruin the water down here. So I'm going to put it out here. I think if I put like this, I think it won't fall. Okay. I think if you brace it from behind a lot of times, let's try. Okay. So I think if it has like support behind it, it doesn't fall. I don't remember the exact rules for dirt falling in this, but I think if it's supported on at least one of its sides, including the bottom, I think it doesn't fall. Anyway, I guess we were talking about. I think it looks pretty neat so far. It kind of just looks like Twitter did way back in the day, which I don't know. I guess like like I said, I'm not a huge fan of like Twitter's style of social media in the first place. It's just like not kind of the style that I like, but it did end up becoming a really big thing for networking and stuff. Like basically everybody had some sort of Twitter thing, like lots of businesses, lots of I mean heck is basically like the first type of social media that um governments really started embracing, which is pretty wild. So I think Blue Sky is a pretty good alternative for Twitter for people who don't want to bother with whatever's going on over there. And there's quite a bit going on. I definitely wouldn't fault anyone for not liking it. But then again, I mean, I'm not. Let me preface this by saying I'm not like necessarily defending anything that goes on any social media platform, but I feel like social media in general ends up being very prone to a lot of things happening on it that might not necessarily be good. But it's one of those things where it's like I hear a lot of people who argue like, oh wow, dyeing that item only took 25 millibuckets. It was actually like way more efficient. Like that's what like 400 times as efficient as using the normal like the solid item dye. Okay, let's get a couple. I'm just gonna pull out this thing of wait, your rice grains. You're not even cooked rice. Oh wait, I can use that, can't I? Get turned into bread. How do I turn you into bread? think we have to put it in the corn. Yeah, to make the flour first. But I don't know. I feel like a lot of people complain about social media and whatnot, and I understand where they're coming from. Same time, it's like, oh, I need sugar. But at the same time, it's like, I feel like, oh, there's where the cabbages went. I feel like social media is like indicative of like just kind of people in general. I don't think social media is one of those things that's inherently good or bad. I think it kind of just depends on how it gets used. And unfortunately, I feel like it gets misused a lot. Okay, so I should be able to make, yeah, rice dough. For the longest time, I used buckets filled with yeast starter. I didn't really realize that you could just use the um the jugs. So I was kind of wasting a lot of yeast starter in the past. All right, let's cook this up and get our food. I'm gonna get that pot holder in case this stuff hurts me when I pull it out of the oven. Which, like, fair. But, like, what else am I supposed to do? It goes straight into my inventory when I use the peel. And what am I supposed to do? Just toss it on the floor? That's what I end up doing most of the time. Can I eat this stuff while it's hot? We're gonna find out. All right, bread. Oh, it's so hot. Let me just eat it whole. Oh, it doesn't hurt me to eat it. Oh, look at that. Oh, just... Mmm. Let me just take these out. I'm just gonna shove these hot loaves of bread into my vessel. It's funny too because like that oven heats it up to what, bright red, and that's supposed to be like the temperature, like the color that the metal looks like when you heat it up, which I feel like isn't a very good grains. We need our grains. Did that not help us with grains? Please tell me that okay, it does count as grains. So you gotta check sometimes. Sometimes things that you would think would count as like nutrition just don't have nutritional value in this mod. All right, back to mining our dirt. Clearing out this area for us. A lot of terraforming in this pack kind of just is like moving dirt around. I like I like when my areas are flat. The thing is, like, it's really funny because like I'm actually really good. Like, I've had people compliment me on how well I can do building that fits with like the natural environment. Like, I'm always making things that go up and down and around stuff, and just I saw those alpacas in the background. I just remembered that those babies, don't I? But for some reason, here I kind of want to just mostly clear a lot of it, like just make it flat, as flat as possible. Look, the adults need to be trimmed. All right, guys, who's hungry? Donkey, you're hungry. This little guy, hi. And this little guy. I think he already got fed. Yeah, there's only two of the baby alpacas that need to be fed. Okay, and another adult over here, our big guy. Actually, this is a female. Our big woman. Oh, actually, I thought we only had 3 alpacas, but we have 4. Those little babies, yeah, we got some babies that are becoming adults in 12 days, 15 days. I think that's our first batch of babies that we had. And once they're adults, they'll be able to be sheared for a lot more than the previous ones. Some of this stuff up. Because like our adult the babies that we sheared once they got up to 100 familiarity were giving us 2 balls of wool, which is already double what they normally give. And I don't know how that's going to translate once they become adults, but we should be able to get a lot more wool from them than their parents that were wild. We're of course going to keep the parents around until we finish, until they get too old to produce wool. Don't know exactly what we'll do from there, but we'll see. Yep, just a humble dirt farmer. Let's say, I've played the Outer Worlds before. It's that one game that was made by Obsidian, that same developer that made Fallout New Vegas. I like a lot of I like Bethesda games. I play like Fallout 4 pretty often, and I've played like most of the Elder Scrolls games. Although I haven't really beaten that many now that I think about it. But the thing with the Outer Worlds, I think it's a really great game. But Dirt Farmer was one of the backgrounds with the Outer Worlds. But I think the Outer Worlds is a really great game. I saw some reviews on the Outer Worlds, and a lot of them talk about it being like mediocre, and how they were disappointed because like, ooh, they could have done this and it could have done that. And it's like, yeah, I kind of see where they're coming from. I don't think it's a bad game regardless. I still think it's a pretty high up there in my opinion. I think the only real issue with like the Outer Worlds is it's way too short, and there's a lot less replay value than you would have from a lot of other games in the genre. At least according to some people. I found quite a bit of replay value just playing through different builds because the combat system's pretty unique in that game. The only thing I wish that there was more of as far as combat, I just wish there were more like weapon variety, because really like it just ends up not really being a whole lot. But I thought it was a really good game. I thought the characters were good. I did find out later, and I see why some people complain about this because of like play value. I guess they were doing the replay stuff. A lot of the storylines end up being the same regardless of what you do. Like it's one of those ones that really leans into that illusion choice thing. And I think that's probably what upset a lot of people with it. But honestly, considering it's like a game that came from, you know, it's not from a AAA studio really. Like Obsidian's well regarded, but I don't think they really have that many resources, especially not compared to like Bethesda. So like I find it kind of hard to fully fault them for everything. Like worst case scenario, it's not like really their fault. But I'm really excited that the it seems like going to be getting a sequel soon. And I will probably buy that when it comes out because I really liked the first one. And according to the like preview that they did for it, they said they're going to be fixing the issues that the first one had. So hopefully that means that they, you know, listen to the criticism and fix those problems. So hopefully this one will be even better. But I really like the combat in it. The fact that like they took that common Bethesda thing with the like, you know, VATs for first person shooters. And they did it slightly differently, which honestly, it's funny because it's kind of what Bethesda's been doing with VATs in more recent games anyways. But instead of like, you know, fully stopping time, it slows down time. And I really like the backstory for it because it's tactical time dilation. And the idea is that because your character was like frozen for a really long time in like cryo sleep, and the idea is that they gained this ability to like slow down time, or at least slow down their perception of time because of some side effect from being frozen for so long, which I feel like is a really cool, very fitting, very good sci-fi explanation for what's happening. Let's see this. I think one of the things we're going to do first is we're going to set up. So my big plan for that section over there where the water is, because we're not going to be doing any, we're not going to be doing, um, we're not going to be doing like the forging stuff down there. I want to rework it to be where we have like a create water wheel or several water wheels down there, and I think that that will um I think that'll be a really good thing to do with that section. Because it does have the flowing water, and I could just make a windmill. What does it take to make the wind sails? Create wind. So yeah, so that's the issue. Is it takes. I mean, the screws aren't super hard to make. Wool, on the other hand, is a little bit difficult. So it takes 4. Well, okay. Actually, it's a lot less difficult than I thought. I thought the amount we would get would go down, but 4 wool cloth for 8 white wool actually isn't that bad. And I want to look at let's check the ponder for this. So I know enough about this. Oh yeah, that's right. Windmills get used for like these kind of contraptions a lot. Maybe that is something we need. I forgot about the windmill contraptions. Okay, we'll keep windmills on the back burner for like contraptions and stuff, but I think it's better to have the large water wheel. Because they have a lot of kinetic stress. The thing about the windmill bearings is, I'm not sure, like, I think their stress capacity goes up with the amount of sails that you have. So the more sails that we add on, the more stress capacity we have, which means it would probably scale better than the, call it the other stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going out. I haven't really heard of any other games that are coming out soon that I'm really interested in. Although, you know, to be honest, I have a lot of games in my library that I should probably go back and like play through, or I really try getting a lot of other stuff. I feel like a lot of people end up in that situation, and I think it's one of those things where like, um, I don't know, some of like recent stuff's been that's been going on has made me kind of think about the fact that like, do we really need to be buying new games all the time? Like, do I really need to buy the most recent AAA game? Or can I just continue to enjoy the ones that I have? Like, I feel like I was saying earlier about like the amount of entertainment that you get from a piece of media. I feel like in the past, our video games tended to give us a lot more entertainment value than they do nowadays. And I think like a lot of that might just be mindset. And it's one of those things where like I wonder if it's like, because in the past I was a child and children had a lot more time to do stuff with games and all that. But I also feel like a lot of times we worry so much about like playing next generation stuff. And I think that like it mainly comes up when you're talking about like PC gaming, because like a lot of PC gamers, like that's the reason why people get like people talk about like the video cards and everything, and they're all like, oh no, did you hear about like how expensive the new video cards are gonna be? And I'm just like, I don't know, I wasn't planning on buying a new video card. I got a pretty decent one. I don't remember the exact specs on my card, but it's pretty good. I I I'll be real with you. I don't understand anything about buying video cards. That is like I've built my own computer. I've been building my own computer since I was a kid. And I still don't understand how like I don't understand how to tell what video card is good. You can tell me some like, oh, it's the new EI GX 9800 or something, and I'm just like, okay, is it good? And half the time the answer is like the issue with like video cards is like you can say like all these numbers and whatnot. Sometimes a bigger number is better, sometimes it's not. Like, and I feel like it's one of the most confusing things when you're building your own PC is figuring out what the heck, what video card you want, because like they don't make it easy on you. But I bought some video card that's like I went for, I think it's got 12 gigs of VRAM, and like I don't remember, it's got a fast processor. It's like I think it's like 2400 megahertz, which at the time was one of the better ones on the market from what I saw. And I got it at a really good time when like the graphics cards, like their prices had dropped quite a bit. So I got mine for only like 400. And honestly, I still think that's pretty pricey. It's the single most expensive part of my computer, which I guess isn't super surprising, but I don't know. I got a lot of other good things. I spent quite a bit of money in this computer so that I wouldn't have to upgrade it again. And I think that's the big thing is like with computers, I don't know. Some people like really treat it like you have to upgrade them constantly, but I think that's really only true if you like buy cheaper stuff to start with. Like if you buy and if you put a lot of money into your computer, it'll last you a while. Like, you know? Even more so if you're not really doing that much stuff. I know a lot of people who like they buy all like the next generation hardware and all the fancy stuff, but then they like barely use it. They're still just kind of playing the same games that I play. And it's like, well, what do you need all that hardware for? But to be fair, I know some people who are like egregious with their computers. I know this one guy, he he bought like Threadrippers for his computer. Which, if you don't know, Threadripper, the processor, is basically the kind of stuff that they use in like movie studio. Like this is used for animation, like rendering high quality movie, like Hollywood movie style animations and like other things like that. But like it's just not it's not actually that good for gaming. The thing is like Threadrippers have um they have a lot of cores to them, but they don't really have a very high clock speed. Like you can get like your normal processor probably has more clock speed than a Threadripper. But like most video games don't utilize more than one core. Unfortunately, it's kind of I don't know, maybe like more modern games, but I haven't heard too much about it. I think it would be a pretty big thing if like there was a game like this, but like most games don't utilize more than one core. Multi-core or like multi-threading making a multi-thread process is a lot more difficult than just using a single core, for like a lot of computer science reasons. But like, so like most video game companies aren't gonna bother utilizing multiple cores because it's just much harder to code. And so, most games don't utilize multiple cores. Like a Threadripper at that point becomes like kind of useless. It's actually not even just useless, it becomes like worse than a cheaper processor. And when I say cheaper processor, I mean like a tenth of the cost, because Threadrippers cost like $2,000. Meanwhile, a high-end processor for something else, like a high-end normal processor, I guess, would cost like 200 and would probably outperform a Threadripper in a lot of things. So it's one of the, it's like, why would you buy that? What's the point? And you know what the point is. The point is like the prestige of like having the most expensive computer. And it's like, I don't know. Do we need to do that? I don't need to do that. I don't need to spend a lot of money for you guys to respect me. But, oh well. I'm not really going to begrudge what people do with their spare money. I understand. There are people who spend like tons of money on cars, and I don't get that either, but I'm sure a lot more people would argue with me on that. So it's one of those things where it's like, you have the extra money, spend it on whatever you want. I don't understand, but I'm not the one in charge of your finances. Okay, we sure are moving a lot of dirt today. We're gonna need more food. Let's eat those breads that we have. How many breads have you eaten in your life? That was a JoJo reference. I know, I'm very cultured. All right, this is going pretty well so far. We've got quite a bit of dirt we're filling in. It hasn't taken us too long. We've only used up half of a shovel so far. Maybe well, I don't know. I'd like to go maybe do some stuff down with getting like some more iron. One of the things I really need to figure out, I have this casting with channels add-on that's a part of base TerrafirmaGreg, and I've just never really done anything with it, and I wonder if it's worth it. It kind of seems like it might not be, because it seems like the casting tables, like, I thought it would be just fine, like you just cast it onto the table and like that would replace the need for using ingot molds, but it sounds like you have to put the ingot molds on the casting table so that they can be filled. Which, yeah, I guess makes sense, but also, like, the ingot molds are, like, the biggest issue because they keep breaking, which I'm actually surprised we haven't really run into that issue here. And you can make ingot molds out of fire clay, but that's made out of fire clay, and fire clay is a little bit more difficult to come across, right, compared to normal clay. And the issue is fire clay molds still break. That was the part that really upset me, because, like, I was thinking that fire clay would mean that it wouldn't break, but no, it breaks just like any other mold. Okay, so we've been streaming for 2 hours. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short little break to drink a little bit, maybe grab myself some snacks or something, and do some stretches. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys a little musical interlude. I'm going to sit here. Actually, let me go outside. I'm gonna play my little lute. I'll have my headphones on, so let's see, what do I want in the background? Do this. I'll have my headphones on, so I'll be like, as soon as the song's done, I'll be coming back, which shouldn't be more than a couple minutes. Set up my AFK screen. Man, I really need to get some longer MIDI files for this. Maybe I should do that over like the weekend, is try and find some MIDI files, because you can just import MIDI files straight into this this mod with the immersive melodies. But that only lasted like a minute, which that's fine. I don't think I need much more right now. The big thing with my breaks is just the stretching. Uh, my back gets a little. I feel like maybe I need a better chair. Speaking of which, I'm gonna readjust my cushion. But I think I need a better chair, one that has like better support for my back or something, because um, I try to keep a good posture in this chair while I'm streaming because I'm here for so long. I tend to have the chair locked, and maybe I just need a chair with better like lumbar support or something, whatever that means. Okay. Um, I need to get more bread later. What else do we need? We need fruits. I need to start making jellies, jams, or whatever. Again, we need the pineapples. Pineapples will solve so many problems in our life. I mean, not only will we have pineapple fiber, but we'll have like the fruit that we can eat. We eat the fruit. It'll be delicious. Oh, but let's get some more dirt. That stretching really helps though. I don't know. I need to figure out some stuff with stream and everything. We haven't we had a lot of people show up the first couple weeks, but we slowed down a lot. We only have 6 followers, and we haven't gained any this week, I don't think, which I've noticed that we don't have a whole lot of people stopping by that much anymore either. And I don't know. I think hopefully that as hopefully the YouTube videos will get more popular. Nobody's watched the one that I posted, which is fine. I wasn't really expecting it, but I wouldn't be surprised if, like, after I had some videos up, if people started getting more into it because of just like people wanting to play TerrafirmaGreg in general. I do think it's a really great mod pack, so okay. But I think like a lot of people like it's also a pretty popular mod pack. I think that's like what 80,000 downloads or something. Ooh, we've run into Pete. But, you know, to be fair, the thing is, like, I don't think I really I didn't really have like a whole lot of intentions with streaming. It's more of like I'm doing this anyways, so let's just do it potentially with other people watching. So I'm kind of happy with it no matter what. Even if I only have, even if I don't have any viewers, I think I'll still be happy. No, my dirt. It's just one of those things where like if I got up to Twitch affiliate, then I could potentially start earning a little bit of income off of this. Otherwise, I'm just doing this for free, which is, I get that like websites like these need to like have some sort of verification process to make sure that it's not just everybody is monetized straight from the start, I guess. I'm not sure. I don't see much of a reason why, but maybe there is a reason for that. But I think it kind of sucks that like, and I don't know if like, I don't really know if people who watch my streams are even getting ads while they're watching, but like, it's kind of silly to me that people who view this might be getting ads and I don't get anything for it. So like, I guess the ads are just there for Twitch, but I feel like they probably have enough to keep the lights on without making people who are watching, like, I think that would also be like one of the things that would really make I think it would really help out like newer creators. And again, I'm like I'm speaking without like any real knowledge on how it actually works because I myself don't really watch anything on Twitch. Like I actually don't really use Twitch that much. But like if you had like people, if you had it set up so that people that aren't what do you call it? If you had it set up so that people who aren't um affiliates didn't have ads on their videos, I feel like it would help out with a lot of like smaller channels, because then the viewers would be incentivized to go there because they can watch without ads. And I feel like by the time a lot of people would get like popular enough, or get to the point where they get affiliate, those people, those that audience is probably more likely to stay despite the ads because it's somebody that they already liked. So I see it as a win-win for everyone, but I'm not the one in charge, so I don't get to make those kind of decisions. Okay, we're getting pretty close to filling out this area. And then what I think I want to do is cover up the spot where we used to have our stuff, and then I will and then I'll start working on making like more of a proper like foraging area. I think we're probably gonna have to do another round of collecting. Yeah. I'm gonna put up a lot of this stuff that we have though. Thing is, I don't know what to do with peat. It can be used as a fire pit fuel, but I don't think you can use it when you're cooking. I might be wrong about that. Because I think that might be only the case if you're trying to smoke meat with it. But I do think that it'll be useful for when we need like the fire pit for doing things like glass blowing. Yeah, because it does burn for a long time. So I'm gonna add a section just for peat. I'm gonna put up some of these rocks that I found. Do I have any more? Yeah. Okay. Put up the clay. Put up the sticks too. Eventually we'll convert those sticks into bundles, but not until they start overflowing that section. At the moon. You know, the crazy thing is, I've turned down the moon. Like, that's from that, Alum or something. I don't remember what the name of the add-on is. It's so aggressive. I can't even see. And that's with the size turned down. I don't think there's a setting for brightness on the mod that adds that in. And I really like all the other stuff it adds, except for this aggressive moon. Because, like, look at the sky, how pretty it is. Look, you can see, like, Saturn, and that might be Mars and Jupiter. But this moon is so aggressive. We're just, since this section doesn't have water, we're just kind of ignoring the fact that the dirt is falling in there. Maybe, you know, another thing that I've been thinking of doing is doing, like, maybe one of these days I'll do some special streams on, like, the weekend or something. We'll try, maybe we'll try, I don't know. We're looking at our trajectory and seeing, like, kind of how it's, we're playing it by ear right now. But I guess that's something to do once I get a slightly bigger audience, I think. And then I can talk to the audience and be like, hey guys, what do you want me to, what do you want to see? I think it would be a fun time to do something like more challenge, like mod packs on Minecraft. I saw a video recently of a person who did a stream with like some custom like Herobrine mod pack. Like they had just a bunch of, it was just a bunch of different mods that uh that are all themed off of like Herobrine. And it was kind of funny because like you would have one mod that would have like friendly Herobrines, but you'd have another mod that had like hostile Herobrine. That was, it was really hard for the streamer to recognize which ones were which because they kind of just all looked the same for the most part. Man, this sure is a lot of peat over here. We're gonna have to find something to do with all this peat. And I'm really gonna spend like 4 hours just digging dirt, aren't I? That's fine. I actually I do enjoy this kind of stuff. It's very relaxing. God, there's so much. I didn't realize this like whole field was basically nothing but peat. I am very much gonna have to figure out what to do with all this stuff because I still don't even know what to do. Yeah, like look at this. I could keep digging, and there's still more peat. There's still like a couple more layers of peat. I think the first thing we should do once we get steel is make a steel shovel. It seems to be the tool we need the most of. I feel like shovels kind of... I don't know. I think I mentioned this before in another stream, but I feel like shovels just break faster than other tools. But I think that might just be because shovels... The materials that you break with a shovel break so quickly that it just feels like you're going through shovels faster, when in reality you're breaking the same number of blocks. God. It's fine. It'll be fine. I do like how we're getting this area flat, though. It always kind of annoyed me that this one was at a slightly higher elevation than the rest of the base. I don't really mind once you get a decent distance out from the base, but like this was like right next to the base. I'm gonna get this little section, and then I think that might end up being enough to fill in the area we have. Nah, man, you know one game that I've been playing recently? I've played this before. I've been playing this since like for like a long time, since it was like really in the betas. But Project Zomboid, really fun game, and I was playing it on my Steam Deck. The issue is, so like they've got this new build out that's only on the unstable branch, and unfortunately it just doesn't really work that well on the Steam Deck anymore. Like the previous version worked a lot better, but this current version just doesn't really... and it's because like it's for like a silly reason, to be honest, because it's like the tooltip that when you hover over an item in that game, for some reason in the new build the tooltip like is like right over, it like covers up the inventory, which uh it didn't do on the Steam Deck, at least before, or in the previous version, and it just makes it a lot more difficult to like to just use the inventory at all, because if you have the inventory open, like it's not like a computer where you have the cursor and you can just move the cursor a little bit. If you have the inventory open on the Steam Deck version, or I guess with controller as well, if you have it open, like it's just it's on something. So like you can kind of only look at your inventory like one item at a time, because the tooltip covers the rest of the inventory. And it's just kind of sad, but it is a beta version. It's an unstable version of the game, so they haven't gotten like all the bugs worked out, and it even says that they don't have the Steam Deck compatibility done on the new build. So, you know, I can't complain too much. But the new stuff looks really good. I've been seeing some YouTubers do some videos with it. Oh man, I saw another one because like I mentioned before that I like watching the Minecraft like Civilizations videos, and I saw a person who did a Civilizations thing in Project Zomboid. That was really cool, I thought, because like the Project Zomboid one that I saw, at least, I know this guy's done it a couple more times, but I haven't gotten around to watching his other videos yet. But the one I saw, it was on a boat, and like it was funny. There's they had to like elect a captain and everything, and one of the people who was on there was named like Bojangles the Clown. And his whole platform was like legalizing cannibalism. And like he ran on that platform and people didn't like him because they're like, of course, like, oh, we don't want cannibals on our boat. And this guy was just ended up being very chaotic. Like obviously he didn't win it at first, but like he went off and had his own little group of people who like they started being cannibals. Like they started eating people. And they like and then like when they when like they got caught, because what they would do is like they'd lure people because like they it started out like the guy had like taken over like this area that was it was a group that wanted to do like bar things, and like they wanted to make a bar, and make bread. They wanted to make a bar, and the bar had like this guy kind of showed up and like kind of took over the area, and he Bojangles showed up and like kind of took over the group that was like their original intention was just like having a bar, and then like they started like luring people around to like um so they could like kill them and take their stuff because it's Project Zomboid. um Wheat flour. And when people started like questioning like, hey, what's going on here, like are you guys like doing weird stuff like luring people to their deaths and everything, and they were just like, what? No, not us. And I don't really know why anyone believed them. Like they were being led by Bojangles the Clown. So, ooh, I didn't close this. I don't know if rats go for rotten food or not. Did I see a rat? Okay. It looks like all the food that was in there is already in there, or is still in there. Okay, so let's make our... I really should... I want to get like some storage barrels over in this section. To store like the sugar and stuff. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna light this and leave it for a bit while I go and dig up some more dirt. Because then I don't even really have to bother with like using a peel or anything. And this is not... I'm not getting a whole lot of... Ooh, I need more fruit too. There's a lot of zinc in these hills. Okay, let's see. Something going on with my OBS keeps signing me into the chat. I don't know exactly how that works. I was originally I wasn't having oops. Wasn't having chat on my OBS, but when I redid some things, it added the window. So now I do have it over there. I do keep most of my stuff through my stream manager. I don't know. I streamed a long time ago before this. Um, I've dabbled with it before. And I don't remember Twitch being as unstable as it has been when I've been doing it recently. But then again, maybe it's because I stream for like 4 hours a day now. But what's today? Today's Wednesday? Means we got 2 more days left in our week. What should I try and get done before the end of the week? I think we should definitely have steel production up before the end of the week. And I think we should also try and have I think we should also try and have some steam stuff set up, which means we're gonna need the coke oven. I'm thinking maybe like coke oven by tomorrow, steel production by Friday. I think those are good goals to have. Yeah, because the thing is like I was saying with what was it I was talking about when I was saying that? Oh, the forge hammer. Now the forge hammer, not only does it help us with our iron production, it's going to help us a lot with steel production because steel has a very similar process as making wrought iron does. So when we make steel, we're going to we need to take iron, flux, and charcoal and put it into a oh, what's it called? Blast furnace. And once it's in the blast furnace, it will be made into, I think it's called pig iron. And pig iron needs to be hammered into steel ingots. I think it's actually kind of a step less than what we do with iron, now that I think about it. 1 second. Okay, I had to sneeze. So, I got all over my shirt. Should have grabbed a tissue. I just have like the reflex of like sneezing. Like, well, okay. I do something I don't see anyone else ever do. Um, typically sneeze into like, I sneeze into my arm, whatnot. I'm not gonna like sneeze like full on out into the open. But I also do this thing that I don't really see anyone do. I sneeze into my shirt, and it's a little bit gross. I'll admit it. It's because like, then you get that on you. But like when you're out in public and you have an option of getting like your own germs on you versus getting your germs on everyone else, I feel like I'd rather take the get your own germs on you. That way, other people. What the heck? What happened to my bread? Did it burn? Didn't know it could do that. Okay, more bread it is, I guess. And the thing is, like, I don't think I can use peat for these ovens. Right, because I'm right-clicking on this. Peat's not going in the oven. So, like, peat would be pretty good if we could do that, but it just can't. You know what? I need to move. I'm gonna move the sugar over here. Yeah, that way we have the sugar for making our bread. Oops, speaking of which, still need one of those pieces of sugar. I'll put heat in here. Okay, and we have some leftover dirt. I'm gonna move this other dirt down here. Rocks. Okay, so our goal is still our goal is to set up that area for the forge. And I think I want to use, you know what? You know, now that I think about it, why did I fill in that whole area with dirt, considering I'll probably just have to replace it with like rocks later. Huh. It was ill-conceived now that I think about it. Oh well. I'm just gonna toss this bread here on the ground. Oh yeah, see it does. It did just burn up in the oven. I guess it can't withstand like bright red, which I guess kind of makes sense. Alright, I'm just not gonna try not think too hard about the fact that I just filled in that whole area only to probably change it later. Ow. Okay. Very hot bread still hurt. At what point can I pick you up? Is it when it's hot? Yes. Yeah, you know, now that I think about it, that was a really ill-conceived plan to fill in this whole area. I'm gonna have to remove a lot of it later on anyways to fill it up with stone or something else. But you know, we'll keep that in mind for the next time we have to do stuff like this. It's kind of a waste of time, but oh well. It happens sometimes. I need to get an area plotted out for this section. I do actually need, you know, the thing is, I do need more dirt to fill in this area, so I'm gonna get the section kind of plotted out, and then we'll start removing dirt and just putting in that area. See, that's what we were doing. We were just like putting it in a more convenient area to pick it up again later. Okay. What do I need? I need uh um I'm need what am I gonna make the walls out of? Oh, you know what? Actually, I have a design idea that I've used before. I need stone. We have so many of these andesite bricks, but honestly, I like the rhyolite more. So 3, 4, 5. Let's take these. Do I have? Okay, I only have a little bit of mortar. I need 3 more stacks. So let's take some of our green sand. And what is it? 4 per. So we need 8. We use our green sand for this because I mean, you can use it to make olivine glass batches, which I'm pretty sure is what we would need to make um what is it called? Wine bottles. What was I? No. I need sealed barrel. So it's 100 millibuckets per. Okay, and these 2 hides are done, so we'll work on that while our wait, no, I need 3. I need 3 stacks of mortar, so I need actually 12 pieces of sand. Oh wait, no, okay, that's rotten. I was like, oh, I have venison? No, it's rotten venison. Okay, so while we're waiting on that, we'll do these medium hides. We gotta scrape them first. Oh, I should feed the animals too. I keep forgetting. But once those babies get up to a certain level, they don't necessarily need to be fed all the time. It's one of the things that'll be fun once we eventually get more viewers. I'll just be able to rely on chat to help me with my poor memory. Okay, well, let's go feed our little youngins. Okay. One and oh man, the wheat grain really does last a really long time. You there, little guy. Wheat. Get some wheat too. Says that I can ride that donkey now, but I kinda doubt it. Okay, that one's up to a high enough familiarity where it's not gonna decay. And our little cow needs some. There we go. Ah, geez, this one won't become an adult for another 171 days. It takes so long for some of these animals to grow up. One of the reasons why you gotta kind of work on it, like, at the start. Because if you don't start working on those animals, like, they do not end up, um, they don't end up, you know, you won't have them later on. It takes so long. Okay, I have a plan. I want the rhyolite. I do have a couple of the bricks, so I guess I could start plotting things right now. I have 2 of the bricks that I want. 2 bricks. Okay, do we have lots of rhyolite? We have a decent amount, but not a huge amount. We may end up having to dig up some more, which I just like the way it looks comparatively. Like, I like it more than the andesite at the very least. Okay, so let's do some plotting. I don't know if I should have the entrance, if I should have it go back behind here as well. Maybe I should put it like in line with the... So maybe what I could do is, do I want a full-sized road like this, or I don't like the way the 1-block roads look, but a 2-block road might be fine. And then, or I could just leave it 3 blocks and do a 5-block area. Although I do like the idea of the 2 blocks. So let's do one. This is going to be road and road, and then a blank one. And then somewhere around here will be the start. And I'll put the corner. Then we'll do like this, maybe. And then our pathway will be like this in between the 2 buildings. Maybe. I think I will add this pathway here. Yeah. Eventually. We'll work on that later. Okay. Minutes left on mortar. I gotta sneeze again. Hold on. Oh heck, my mic was on for that, wasn't it? I'm sorry. I tried to mute the mic. I was muting the mic. And I was trying to thank you. I was trying to mute the mic, but I was also preoccupied with grabbing a tissue before I sneezed this time. I did get the tissue. I just missed muting the mic. Okay. All right. Mortar and stuff. Okay, 2 more minutes on the mortar. Okay, because I have a really cool idea for what I'm going to do here. And I think it's going to involve more of this maple fence. And I think we also need to light these torches while we're going. Let's see. I kind of waiting for that mortar to finish. Uh, oh, right, maple fences. I think we only have palm fences on hand right now. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna cut down another maple tree because I want to keep the. Do I have any maple on me? Actually, no, I don't. I want to keep the stuff that we have. Um, I want to keep what we have over there by the cooking area, so that we don't deplete that. I really need. Well, maybe I should plant more of these maple trees. I love the way that the maple wood looks. It's one of my favorites. I also really like the way the hickory wood looks. We could do hickory wood instead. Actually, that might not be that might not be a bad idea. I don't think I've planted any hickory out here, but I know where I can find more hickory. It's a shame that lightning struck that wood pile I had out back and set it on fire. Although I will admit it was pretty funny. Okay. Um let's see. I think I'd have to go out to the shore to get more hickory wood. But I think our mortar is our mortar done yet? If our mortar's done, we'll go. Okay, mortar is done. So we're going to make our bricks. Okay, because we're going to lay out the outline for our forging area. Let's see if I can kind of. I want to try to keep count of this so that it's. I want it to be an odd number on the inside because that ends up working out a lot better with the stuff we're going to be working with. 7. Let's do 8, and then 9 will be a door, and then which comes pretty close to filling the area I had plotted out. Do this, and I want it to be longer in that direction. I'm wondering if I should go. I want to do at least 15. Let's do 15 first, and we'll see how that looks. So 1, 2. Okay, so this is 15, and I think I want to go longer than that. 21. Let's do 25. 22, 23, 24, 25. Yeah, and then if we need to, because I think we'll have another building that extends back to this area, and this will be where the create stuff is put, because we're going to be near that waterway anyways. 9. Am I doing this right? Hold on. What did I do? Did I make this even on accident? 1, 2. Which means what? This is what? 19? 7. I guess 9. Hold on. Hold up. What did I do wrong? This is in line with that. 5, 9. And this is in line with. Okay. 1, 2. Okay. Huh? I think what I wanted to do was only go 8 in this direction, now that I think about it. Oops. Well, I guess we're going to have to tear this down a little bit. Yeah, because if it's 8 on each side of the door, and then there's one in the middle, that's 17. I guess I could also expand it out one more. That's... yeah. But then it makes it so that... okay, hold on. I gotta think this out a little bit more. Because what I could do is I could put a double door area. So like... so it would be 9 in here, and I'd like to keep it divisible by 3 in the middle. Or in this like area here. So what I could do... 7, 8. Okay, so I did do 8 this time. Okay, but what if I extended it out to be 9 and then 9 on each side? 9. And then there's one in the middle. And... okay. Actually, because that would make it 19, but I think I have an even better idea. What if instead I had a 2x walkway here, and then it's 9 on each side? 9, and then 8, and then 9. So the parts in here are 9, but then out here, and then we could have side doors in the middle. And I think that would be good, because I like having the double doors. I feel like having the 2-block wide for the doors ends up being a lot... trying to see if this is correct. It ends up being like looking nicer and being easier to move through. Alright, so before I do the long wall again, let's count. 7, 8, 9. And then it should be 1 there, and then 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So this should be good. I think this is what we're going to have for our area. And then let's do... okay, so we have... what did I make this? 25? So halfway of 25 is what? 13 would be the block that needs to be open. So 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then this block should be open. 1, 4, 7, 9, 10, 11, and that would be 12. So that should be right in the middle. Okay, I need a t-shirt. Dirt. I feel bad taking it from around here before I've decided what I want to do. Because that place might be dirt floor for a while. You know what? Actually, I don't know. I think we're definitely going to be putting some kind of flooring in here. So let's not leave it dirt. Okay. That's 1, 4, 5. 9, 10, 12. And that should be right in line, and it looks like it is. Okay, so this will be the outline. And actually, you know what? I typically like to leave the corners, but for what I want to do, I am going to fill in the corners. And then we're also going to we're going to fill in this area here, because obviously we're going to need to put doors in there. So I want to reinforce that area around the frame. 2 there. Gotta decide what kind of flooring I want in here. Probably, but the thing is, we are going to be dealing with a lot of fire. So we probably do need to use some sort of brick. But I don't want to just use the rhyolite brick because that's, not going to look good. So we're going to want to use some other kind of brick. I wonder how the andesite looks paired with the rhyolite. So I'm going to dig out a little bit of spot here, and then I'm going to go grab some andesite bricks, and we're going to see how it looks. I'm thinking, oh, I really need to get lanterns in here. I really need to stop relying on torches. Because these burn out in 6 days, and lanterns would last much, much longer. I think that's gonna have to be another one of those things we add to the list. Although, one of the cool things is now that we're about to enter into the Steam age, we'll be able to make a clipboard from Create. So Create has a clipboard here, and we haven't been able to make this wood plank until we won't be able to make it until we get a macerator and a compressor. But once we have that, we can make a clipboard. And I have caps lock on. I just realized that. Um, we'll be able to make a clipboard, and then I'll be able to write stuff down on it and make lists and stuff. And that would be really cool. I know it's one of those things where, like, technically speaking, I could do things like IRL. Like, I could just have a notepad on my desk that I use when I want to keep track of what I'm doing in game. But I think it's a lot more interactive if I do it with in-game tools. That way, people that are watching can also stay engaged. Okay. Let's see. What did I come in here for? Oh, you're right. Bricks. See, the thing is, like, the andesite is really, like, almost the exact same color as rhyolite. There's not enough of a difference to, like, really tell. And I could use those mud bricks, but honestly, those mud bricks, they're hard to make. Okay, see, here's the thing. It's really hard to tell the difference between these two types of bricks. So, I'm gonna go back to the drawing board on that. Let's see what kind of bricks we have. So, something like granite bricks would probably be real nice if we had a source of granite nearby. We do have sources of limestone, and I do like the way that limestone looks. Dolomite would be good if we had any nearby, but I don't think we do. Basalt would also be nice. Actually, this phyllite, I didn't realize that that's what the bricks looked like, or else I may have gathered more when I had found it that one time. Oh, and gneiss. Gneiss looks, looks okay, but definitely not super good. The thing is, we have limestone nearby, is the thing. And it's why I think I'm going to lean towards getting limestone for it. Do we have any? We do have some limestone. Oh, actually, we do have close to enough. That's 2 stacks, 3 stacks. We would need 5 stacks to make a full round. So let's do this. Let's put up some of this stuff that I have on me. Just keep these vessels in here for now, I guess. Oh, is that gonna go? Okay, there is a spot in here. Sticks. Let's take supports. Do I have? I have these kapoke supports, and I do have more kapoke logs on me as well. Let's take these out to the area where limestone starts generating. And before I leave, and before I forget yet again, we're gonna feed the animals. Okay. There. You still need to be fed. I think that was it. Oh wait, the donkey. Where's the donkey? Hello, donkey. Where'd you go? Where's my donkey? Oh, there you are. There you go, buddy. He becomes an adult in 53 days. Hopefully we'll get you... Wow, you're not really that good of a donkey, honestly. But that's okay. I love you regardless. Okay, so we're going to go out to the... where we have limestone. Yeah, luckily, I'm glad that we have, like, this island has been just kind of the gift that keeps on giving. Because having a fluxstone layer right next to us, like, the only way it could have been better is if we were just in fluxstone from the start. Is this, I think this is where the limestone starts. No, that doesn't look like, well, it looks like rhyolite. Yeah, it might be a little bit further for the limestone. But having that fluxstone so close by is really nice because otherwise we'd have to go out and travel and find that stuff whenever we needed flux. But also, I just kind of like the way that limestone looks in this pack. It's that like creamy, like yellowish color, and I think it just fits really well with a lot of other blocks. We're gonna go collect ourselves some. And I know, yeah, we're in the limestone area, but I know there's like caves. I know there's a cave somewhere along this path. Yeah, I gotta do something about dirt keeps falling. Like it keeps remembering that it has gravity and falls and destroys our path. Ooh, is that a limestone boulder? Don't mind if I do. We don't even need supports for this. We're just gonna take apart this whole boulder while we're here. But yeah, see how like this color looks? I really enjoy this color of rock. It's kind of unique compared to a lot of the other rocks we have access to. Because, oh, hello. Hi. You want to come home with me? Okay, I got leads on me. We'll take it. We're gonna grab that guy. As long as he doesn't wander off too much, we're gonna grab that guy on our way back. Add him to the pasture. Um, but yeah, I just really like the way limestone looks, especially compared to like other compared to the other rocks that we have. I feel like limestone has a very unique kind of color. Yeah. Yeah, you'll come home with me later, guy. Don't worry. I'm just mining this rock first. Don't wander too far though. Okay. I don't think actually I guess these boulders do kind of go into the ground a bit. I think this is going to match really well with the limestone or with the rhyolite. And I think we might get hickory for the posts, which I think will contrast really nicely. And the cool thing is about this limestone is I'm pretty sure there's a way to turn it into rocks, right? Yeah, you just turn it into rocks directly in the crafting table. I guess you don't even need a crafting table for it. Oh, we're really low on water. We also need to make more food again. And we are out of fruit. Maybe I should go foraging for some fruit to eat. Okay. We can do one more layer, right? Oh my god, there's more. Okay. I think I have more than enough rocks, actually. We're gonna leave the rest here, and then we can always come by and destroy some more boulders later. I forgot how good the boulders are as a source of rocks. Come on, guy. We're gonna take you back home with us. Yeah, no, come on. Once we get on the road, I'm pretty sure... Oh, right. I can do this. If I'm in third person mode, I'll be able to see if the if the lead breaks. And I'll be able to keep an eye on him while I'm moving. Right, come on, buddy. Another male alpaca, but luckily alpacas, we're using them for their wool, so it doesn't really matter if they're male or female. They can all produce wool. Not like the cow, where we kind of need some more female cows. But then again, we're not even making cheese, so you know, does it really matter? I don't know. All right, should be able to just run as long as this guy doesn't like fall off the side, because we do have that bridge. Oh man, I'm really glad that we made this road as much as we have. I'm really liking the way that the roads are looking. I like how there a lot of the areas they're kind of like raised up a little bit. And I like our little bridges that we have. It's been nice working on this island. I love this spawn that we had, or I guess we didn't spawn here, but this seed has been very kind to me. What with all the what do you call it? All the with this island that I found, and then oh, we did bring some hickory out here with us. Good, good. I'm glad I had the foresight to plant that a long time ago. All right, everybody. I brought back another alpaca for us. Come on, we're gonna like jump the fence over here, okay? All right, up here. There's also barrels you can jump up on. Okay, come on. Hey, he's in now. Just grab a little bit of wheat for him. There you go, buddy. Look at him. Look at all of them. Aren't they? What are you two doing? What? Okay, they're done. I'm so happy we found the cows too. Like, I mean, I haven't really been milking the cow that much because, like I said before, we're not doing anything with this milk. But just having the cow, I really should. I don't think we have any rennet though. Do we even have any? It would be put with the animal stuff, and I'm not seeing any rennet. We need rennet. Yeah, this is what we need, and I don't know. Oh, oh, well, that kind of makes sense. I didn't know that we could make this. We're not going to be able to make it until we get to the low voltage era, and then we would need um one of those three things, or just fermented biomass, just made out of normal biomass, which is just made out of anything, it looks like. Okay, cool. I I didn't realize that we actually could just make rennet without having to kill animals, because this is one of those things that I didn't know this until like I so okay. So I a lot of this stuff like it shouldn't be really all that surprising, but part of the reason why I enjoy mod packs like this is partially because I do enjoy doing a lot of the stuff that you do in these packs like in real life. So I have quite a bit of experience with making stuff like the old-fashioned way, I guess you would call it. And I was looking into making cheese. I never got around to the part where you make cheese, because turns out that making cheese is a lot more complicated than some other things. It's definitely not like impossible to do. It's definitely doable. But the issue is that it just takes a lot more work than most other like DIY at home make your stuff things. Um but cheese, like, I didn't realize this, but it it uses rennet. Like, that's a real thing, and it is extracted from, like, I want to say like the gallbladder or some other pancreas, probably the gallbladder. But it's some kind of bile that comes from animals. And so like even like just normal cheese like is typically made with that stuff. So like you would think that like, oh, cheese is something that would be fine to eat even if you're like not vegan but like vegetarian. But like turns out not really. Turns out like cuz you'd think that like they wouldn't have to like, kill the animal to make cheese because why would you do that? Like you don't kill the animal that produces milk. But no, apparently with a lot of cheese like an animal does actually have to die for it. Um that is to say though that I'm pretty sure nowadays we do have ways of making rennet that isn't made out of animals. I don't remember what they make it out of. I think it's like some kind of I think it's some kind of like bacteria that they can like farm to get rennet or something that works similarly. But yeah, um so I didn't realize that we would be able to do something like that in here where we can apparently ferment biomass into rennet, which is going to be really nice because as I mentioned before, I don't really like slaughtering my animals. I get attached to them. Like, look at how cute these guys. How could you do anything bad to, especially like look at that calf over there. He's so cute. She's so cute. I don't remember if we got a male or a female. I guess it doesn't really matter. Well, it kind of does because if it's a female, it will produce milk. It is a male. So, you know, it's a good thing you're cute because he won't be producing any milk for us. But I do like the calf the most. He's my favorite. I love him. Look at him go. Look at his little legs. The donkey's cute too, but I don't like how he slides around without moving his legs very much. Okay, enough admiring my animals. Which is another one of the reasons why I really got to make a zoo. Oh my god, and you know what? You know what I keep remembering? There's cats on this island. We have run into cats several times before. There are cats that live here. Ocelots. We need to tame them. We need cats. What was I doing? Yeah, limestone. I need to make more mortar. Okay. I don't have enough green sand to make a full round of mortar. Let's go out to the beach and collect a couple more stacks of stand. I got too distracted looking at my adorable little animals. Oh, the cows. The cows are so cute. Okay, but like okay, so here's the thing. We could legitimately do what's it called? A zoo. We could legitimately do a zoo. I have a spot picked out. We could make a zoo over there. Um and I could like bring in animals. We already have some animals. There's probably still a few tigers left on the island. I don't think I've gotten rid of them all. So, ooh, there's granite here. I'll have to remember this in case I want granite for building. So like we could have tigers potentially. And so I think those would be some of the easier ones to capture because all we had to do is build like a really big fence and like a way to lock them in after we get them in the fence. And then we just lure them into the fence. And bam, you've got a tiger. I mean like zoos like owning an animal is it tends to be like as long as you have like the animal in a pen, I think it counts as owning the animal. So it'll be our tiger at that point. And as long as we just don't go too close to it at night, it'll be fine. And so we'll have our tigers. I think we could get crocodiles. I think we could get crocodiles pretty easily. The issue with the crocodiles is that they're kind of slow. So it would take a little bit of time for us to get them. But I think we could do we could do crocodiles pretty easy. I don't know if we have any more hyenas. I think that pack that was on here that I had to get rid of I think that was the only pack of hyenas on the island. They're the only pack that I had found. And so we may have to import more hyenas if we want more hyenas. But we could also get... I think there's a pack of wolves on the island somewhere. And then if we got a pack of wolves in a pen, we could probably tame them at some point too. But there's like there's other animals. We'd have to import a lot of animals. And once we get a bigger boat, especially, that wouldn't be... Actually, is driftwood used? I think driftwood is like... Right, it can be used as a brown, but like I don't really care about that. It doesn't get used for anything else though. So like... Okay, so like we could import other animals. There's like actually some really good animals that you can get from like the colder climates. Like yaks and muskox are technically the best at what they do. The only issue with them is like they have really long like gestation periods, so they stay pregnant for a really long time, and then it takes them a really long time to grow up on top of that. So it's kind of like a trade-off with those guys. But we could import some of those. Oh my god, we got to import quail at some point. I love quail. They're so cute. They got that little thing on their head, and they're adorable to look at. So we're definitely going to import some quail for our zoo at some point. Um, what else do we have? Oh, they've got like, oh, I've never seen them, but we have panthers somewhere. Panthers live somewhere in the world, and I could probably import those. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to work. I think it's going to be like we're just going to trick them onto a boat, and then they're ours at that point. Okay, what are these sea urchins and clams? I think you just pound these guys into flux. So I'm gonna put them in the rocks section. I could have sworn I had no rocks. Yeah, see, I already have clams in here. Clams count as rocks, as do all of these other things. But look, okay. I'm gonna open up the book. I'm gonna open up the book on animals here in a second. I need more lime. Um, that's easy to make. I just take this. Okay, just find a barrel of water and fill it full of lime flux. I need lime. Heck. Uh, we need lime, which is made by cooking flux. Do I have? I think I have some downstairs. I know I have some lime, but we're gonna have to make some more. I think maybe we'll fill up some. Oh my god, man! I've been spending so much time here. All the torches have been burning out. Jump. But okay, listen. Once I get the mortar cooking, once I get the mortar going, and maybe start another pit kiln, we'll before this session is over, we're gonna look at like what kind of animals we can get, and we're gonna think about how cool it will be to have a zoo with all those animals, while while the lime is or while the mortar's being made. Okay, I only have 6 lime. Just put some stuff in here. I should probably leave my charcoal and this metal down here. Let's get this flux, and I'll get some more of that clay, and we're gonna do a pit kiln for that stuff. I use these rosewood logs because they don't get used for a whole lot. I like the red color, but like I feel like it's a little bit too aggressively red at points. And I think it's 3 buckets of water. So much. Okay. I could make a little bit of lime. Just a little bit. If I just find barrel. This barrel only has 50. Oh wait, I can just move it into here. Where's my bucket? Okay, look. So I'm gonna take this and here and this barrel, which I didn't mean to fill up with water, but it happened anyways. Then okay, then we got our lime. Okay, so now we'll have enough to do our mortar. And while we're waiting for that mortar, we probably need to make more bread or make some sandwiches this time. Our diet's been pretty good for most of this game, but recently our diet's taken a little bit of a hit. Take 3 things of this clay. And I'm not going to bother with gathering... I'm not going to bother with gathering all of the straw. I'm just going to grab some straw. Okay. Let's see. We'll just do it out here where we're putting the the forge area. Oh, I should probably put those prepared hides in tannin. There's always a lot going on in this pack. Yeah, I think you just need to go in tannin now. Yeah. These are from those gazelles that we killed while we were out. At least I think they were gazelles. I never got close enough to find out. Into the tannin. Okay. We have like 6 minutes on that. So check this out, okay? If I go back. Gotta be... Okay, so look at these wild animals. The polar bears. I don't know... What does this mean? They are either nocturnal or diurnal? So they either hunt only during the night or only during the day. Oh wait, okay, no, this is predators in general. I thought this was talking about the polar bears specifically. I was like, how would I tell the difference? Okay, so polar bears, we could import polar bears, grizzly bears, and black bears. I think there is a black bear somewhere on the island. I just have been avoiding it. We have cougars and panthers. We have lions. Oh my god, we could get lions. Oh my god. I'm actually okay. We'd have to go to plains. That's probably why they haven't spawned on our island. Tigers. Tigers are native here, so they might be some of the first things we get in our zoo. Saber tooths. That would be a really cool thing to have. Wolves. Dire wolves. Hyenas. Crocodiles. We have crocodiles. Ocelots. We have ocelots. Ocelots can eat raw fish. We need to get raw fish for the ocelots. We really need to go fishing. We need to make a fishing rod at some point. And then we have boars, moose, wildebeest, and then we have rabbits, fox. Oh my god, if we could get some foxes. You know what? I think I saw a fox on this island somewhere, actually. Um, which would work because temperature below 6 or below 25 and between this rainfall. That's what we're at. Deer, caribou, gazelles. Okay, so those things we were killing were gazelles. Oh, wait, actually, no, they weren't, because these were the things we were killing. The bongos, grouse, pheasants, turkeys, and peafowl. I didn't know peafowl were in this game. That's so cool. I'd love to get some of those guys. Okay, those are just the wild animals that you can't tame, I guess, except for dogs and cats or ocelots. Well, wolves and ocelots. But then you also have in the animal husbandry area. So we need pigs. I think I know an area where there might be some pigs. I'm pretty sure that the mainland has pigs on it. Pigs are something we really need because they will eat any food even if it's rotten. So we can feed them all that rotten meat and all that other rotten stuff we have. We have cow. We don't have goats. I haven't seen any goats recently. Yaks. See, yaks are so okay, so this is what I'm talking about with like cold weather animals being better than a lot of the warm weather animals because okay, we have cows which produce milk every day. Actually, this might not be a good example. They produce milk every day. They can be milked 128 times. Goats produce milk every 3 days and can only be milked 60 times. Yaks produce milk once a day, but they can be milked 230 times. Now, we have alpacas. They regrow their wool every 6 days. Sheep, I haven't seen any sheep, but they regrow their wool every 9 days. Now, musk ox, they regrow their wool every 96 hours, so every 3 days, which I don't know why this one's in hours when it could be days. And also, I think that was wrong. 24, 48, 72. That's 4 days. So I don't really know why the others are in days and this one's in hours for some reason. Chickens, ducks. I've seen some ducks on those volcanic islands when we visited them briefly. Quail. These are the guys I want. This one doesn't show it. It doesn't show it because I think this is a female quail. And only the male quails have it. But male quails have this little feather thing on the top of their head, and it's so cute. If you ever see them in real life, they're adorable. We actually have our one donkey. Mules are something we can make. We don't have horses. I haven't seen horses. And that's actually the end of the animal husbandry area. Okay, so those are all the animals that we could potentially get to live on our zoo. And we should have an area for bees too. But see, there's so many animals that we could have for a zoo. And most of them are cool. I mean, I like a lot of them. I like zoos though. I think zoos are a really fun place to go. I'm not a huge fan of like, I mean, like, it's one of those things where, like, especially in the past, zoos were kind of questionable, you know? Oh, all our jute is in the past, zoos were kind of questionable, and I don't fault anyone for not liking zoos because, um, a long time ago, zoos were kind of bad for the animals. So some people don't like zoos because of that. Some people still don't like zoos because of that, despite like a lot of zoos nowadays aren't like that anymore. But I still prefer the types of zoos that have I could have put it in my backpack. I keep forgetting about backpacks. I prefer the types of zoos that have like native animals. If you look around, a lot of times you'll be able to find local. Well, I don't know how this is in other countries. And you know what? I've noticed that like for some reason my analytics tell me I get a lot of people from Sweden watching, so I really don't know what your what life is like for you guys, but I know that around here we have lots of like what are they? We have like zoos that are kind of more like nature reserves almost. And like you can go to those zoos and they tend to have like native animals. So I think that's really cool because they put those animals there. And a lot of times it's like to rehabilitate them because you'll have animals that something happened, like they got injured out in the wild and they can't survive on their own anymore. And so they'll have those animals there. But it's also really cool because like they're not having to go like really far out of their way to accommodate the animals. The animals like are living in their native habitat. So like it's not as much of like a drain on resources, I guess, because like I don't know. As much as I like seeing penguins at the zoo, sometimes I do have to wonder like, hey, is it really worth having the environment for these guys to survive here? I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about penguins and because I gotta imagine those places are pretty dang cold on the inside. But like no, I love local zoos. You get to go and see, especially because like you get to go and see like all the animals that are like native to your region and like I feel like most people just don't really know much about the animals that are native to where they are. And sometimes you get like surprised by like what kind of animals live in the region. Like I know I've gone to local zoos and been like, man, I didn't know those things lived here. I didn't even know that thing existed until I came here. Okay, so let's get our. We need 5 stacks of bricks. Oh, and that broke our chisel. Did I ever make a metal chisel? I feel like I did actually make. I'm gonna grab more rocks before I go down there again. I need to make food too. My character is hungry. Okay, we're just gonna play this whole game of me shuffling around my inventory ad nauseum. Does driftwood go with wood or sticks? I'm gonna put it with wood. Because I mean it's in the name. But yeah, no, I always loved zoos the most. I really like aquariums too, especially because like aquariums are like the only places that can realistically like actually provide enough space for fish. It's been a thing that like in recent years people have become more like cognizant of. Um, the fact that it turns out that fish like require pretty big areas to live in because it's like um and when you think about it, it makes like perfect sense. Like it's one of those things where like you hear it and you're like, man, I can't believe I didn't realize this sooner. But like, wait, hold on, I need two more. Um, but it's like when you have a creature, that is, spends its entire time underwater, a place where there's like effectively infinite space, and then you take that and you put it in a small tank. It turns out they get kind of sad about it. And it's one of those things where you're like, man, that actually makes sense. I would probably be sad too. Like it's like with like birds too, because like you really don't see a whole lot of birds in zoos either. Sometimes you do, and a lot of times they're in really big enclosures. Sometimes they're not, but like birds, you don't really see them too often like in those small confined spaces because like it's a bird, you know? Like birds need space to fly. So, but it's one of those things that you don't really think about like with fish. I feel like a lot of people are just like, "Oh, it's a fish. Fish don't like they're just fish. They don't do anything. They don't need anything. They're dumb." But like I think recently people have been kind of catching on to the idea of like, "Hey, wait a minute. Maybe fish actually require a lot more care and attention and have more diverse needs than we had originally thought." And I think that's something that like I think that's something that a lot of that people are starting to catch on to a lot for a lot of other creatures in general. Because like let's listen to this. Did you know that bees will play for fun? Like they've done experiments recently where they like put these bees in a little chamber, and like they had like two pathways, and like would the bees were given like choices, right? Like they could go straight for the pathway that like leads to some sugar water, which is like that's the food reward. The bees want the sugar water because it tastes good, and that's what that's how like most animals kind of operate. But like they put along the way, they put a little ball in the enclosure, and the bees had the option of stopping and playing with the ball. The bees don't get anything from playing with the ball. There's no sort of reward for bees playing with the ball, but like pretty much every bee stopped to play with the ball. And I think that is one of the cutest things I've ever heard. But it's also like, what do you mean bees do this? That's so cute. Like, I didn't know these little guys had that level of like sentience, you know? Or, well, yeah, I guess it is sentience, not sapience. I don't think bees are sapient. I don't think we really encountered too many animals that are. But like, it's one of those things where like you always spend your entire life thinking like, bugs are just little guys. They don't really have a whole lot of thoughts going on in there. But then the more that we kind of like look at the research, turns out bugs might be a lot more sentient than we kind of gave them credit for. And that makes me question a lot of things. Not gonna lie. Oh, you know what I should do? I should probably maybe I should like do another row of slabs here. And I mean, like, it's one of those things where I like, okay, so personally, I'm not like a vegetarian or anything, or a vegan or any of that. I'm not super into that stuff. And uh a lot of recent research makes me kind of like, and I've been doing this recently. I've been doing this for a while anyways. Like, I've been, oh, I should actually keep an eye out. The bread will burn if I don't. Oh no, I can't get out of here. I can't get out of here because I can't jump. Okay, nope, don't look over here. Nope. Um, okay, did I burn my bread again? Did I melt my bread? Wait, no. Okay, our bread's still here. It's gonna burn soon though. Bread. Hold on. Hold the thoughts. Okay, bread on the ground. On the ground to cool. Because that's the only place I have to cool you. Okay. Anyways, I've been trying to like work towards um consuming less meat in my diet. There's a lot of different like reasons for that. I mean, first of all, like the American diet is so meat heavy anyways that like any sort of effort towards like lowering the amount of meat you consume is like probably a good thing. Like it really is crazy how meat centric the American diet is. Like it's like people look at you funny if there's no meat on the plate. And I just kind of um okay, are you cooled down now? Okay, good. And it's like, but like meat's gotten so expensive recently here in America. Like it's quickly becoming to the point where it's like I'm not even like straying towards vegetarianism just for ooh, I should put a crafting table. Oh, there is a crafting table over here. I already thought of that. Um but it's like I do the oh heck. One okay, I will take this sandwich. It's like I agree with the morality of of like vegetarians and vegans and whatnot to a pretty wide degree. It is one of those things where like I just wish that we had better um meat alternatives available because like really there's just not a whole lot of good options um for like vegan and vegetarian stuff compared to compared to meat options. Ooh, these pumpkins are rotten. I'm gonna eat my sandwich. I should make some I should make some jam uh for this. I should turn some of that pumpkin into jam. I think I can. A pumpkin. Yeah, I can make pumpkin jam. We just need sugar water and pumpkin chunks. And sugar water is just made with water and sugar. Oh, it makes, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay. We can work on that. Maybe we should. Well, I'm gonna finish the floor over here because, you know, as much as our nutrition is an issue, I think a lot of the other stuff is more pressing. But like that's part of the reason why I don't necessarily begrudge anyone who consumes meat because I know it's kind of difficult, especially here in America, to like get access to alternatives. Everybody always says like, "Oh, it's cheaper. Look at how cheap like vegetarian stuff is, vegan stuff is compared to whatever." But like I think the thing that a lot of people forget is that like caloric density, like it might be cheaper like per pound, but like most of the time there's more calories per pound of meat than a lot of other stuff. The exception is like beans though. Beans are kind of crazy. Beans and legumes in general like are a little bit insane with um the amount of like nutrition that's packed into those little guys. I think the only downside to beans is like I just don't want to eat beans constantly. And you know what? It's one of the it's crazy because it's like on some level I understand that a good portion of like my personal taste when it comes to eating are just informed by like the society that I'm in. Like I feel like if I was in if I had grown up in a different society, I probably wouldn't feel the same about that kind of stuff, which is why I've been kind of like trying to switch to like doing like more like Asian style of cooking. It also ends up being like a lot easier because like I just end up making like a lot of like parts that go into things. Like I've been eating lots of ramen recently. My favorite ramen is the need to be um my favorite type of ramen is Shin ramen. Specifically, they have this one type of Shin ramen, like Shin Black, and it's so good. That one has bone broth though, so it's kind of slightly defeating my point about some of the other things. But like it's maybe it has like this bone broth packet with it, and it tastes so good. I think we're gonna need another shovel before we finish this. I think because you know what, like I said, I filled in this whole area, and maybe I should have done the. I guess I should check how the limestone looks. Oh yeah. Well, oh yeah. That's the kind of contrast I want to see. But like, I've been doing like the Shin ramen, and that stuff's so good. I need to find out if there's like I need to find out if there's a way I can get like the bone broth packets or like some bone broth like in bulk at like I'm betting Amazon has it. I don't like shopping on Amazon if I can avoid it, but man, this comes back to my point about like about people saying like um not understanding why like some people can't really like being vegan isn't a feasible option for them because like in America we have a lot of places that are known as like food deserts, so like it's basically impossible for you um to get certain ingredients in certain areas. Like I don't have an Asian market near me, not anywhere close enough to be counted as like viable to go and get my food from, which is such a shame. I've lived in other places where they've had Asian markets, and like I love shopping at Asian markets because like I mentioned, I've been doing lots of like Asian style cooking. I've been doing lots of ramen and everything, like actual ramen, not just like the like college student style ramen. Uh and getting those ingredients at Asian markets is so much better, but like, I don't live near one. And so like if I wanted to, I could rely on like Amazon. Amazon's like my only real option for getting a lot of stuff. But then again, I don't really like relying on Amazon for things because, I don't like the way they treat their workers. It's not very fun. I have friends who work those kinds of jobs, and I don't like uh, what Amazon does to my friends. But it's kind of hard to exist without Amazon nowadays. Like they just have so much stuff on there, and it's so convenient. Okay, there goes another shovel. Okay, we'll get a bunch of these bricks laid. Ooh, am I out of? I ran out of water in my flask. I used it all. Either that or I accidentally dumped it in a bucket. Maybe I shouldn't talk bad about Amazon considering don't they own Twitch now that I think about it? Which is a little wild to think. I mean, at least they have really good deals with their like Prime Gaming. I will admit, the Prime Gaming stuff has been pretty cool. Like the kinds of rewards you can get in games. I'm pretty sure it started with like League of Legends, and I used to play League of Legends. I don't play it anymore. It's a shame. I do kind of miss the game, but it wasn't the people that play tend to, a special kind of people play League of Legends. and a lot of them aren't that nice. But that's fine. I mean, realistically, like, you know, a lot of gaming communities actually aren't all that nice, which is a shame. I feel like Minecraft is one of the few ones where you have pretty good community, and even then, sometimes it's not so good. Okay, let's make ourselves another shovel. I know for a fact I can do this on a single piece of charcoal. I've done it before. Grab one of our fire starters. Once we enter the Steel Age, one of the things we're going to make pretty soon on is we're going to make a actual fire starter that like the Minecraft flint and steel type fire starter. Okay. I know I've been jumping around subjects a lot, but hopefully it's been entertaining. I've been trying to find stuff to fill the void while we're kind of doing some pretty boring stuff in game. Like terraforming, especially once we already have the basic idea. Like terraforming can be kind of boring, and like building can be kind of boring when you already have like that idea out. Like I feel like the planning is the interesting part. The building itself tends to be less so. Okay. Once this gets heated up, we got a really lucky pattern for our shovels. And it's we get a masterfully forged shovel every time. Another shovel. We go. I don't think there's a way to do that in less moves. Okay, and stick. But yeah, I don't know. I like lots of things. I like bees. Bees are definitely one of my favorite little guys that exist. It's a shame what's happening with the bee. I think we all know that though. That's one of those internet things that like um that idea gets spread pretty fast. Everybody knows that the bees aren't doing well, but you know what? Um Nobody seems to really do anything about it, so who am I to judge? That's not true. That's not true. I'm spreading misinformation. Um there definitely have been a lot of efforts made to conserve the bees. Uh And you know what? I've heard that like the thing about the bees going extinct was it was a little bit of an overreaction, but you know, I don't know. I feel like overreactions when it comes to like such an important species potentially going extinct. Um, I feel like overreactions are fine when it comes to that. I'd rather have people invested in protecting the bees even when they're not in danger than having no one invested at all. But I heard that it was a little bit of an overblown thing because, like, the bees, it was like a specific kind of bee that was threatened, and like the rest of the bees are doing fine. But it was a major thing. Like, don't get me wrong, it was still um, pretty significant. But luckily, it wasn't as bad as people might have thought. I think that's a good thing, though. You know. But you know what's one thing that's crazy is like, and I didn't think about this until it got like pointed out. I think I don't remember where I heard this, but have you ever noticed? And it kind of depends. I guess it depends on how old a person is, whether or not they would notice this, and I guess also where you live. But I've noticed here in America, at least in the places that I've been living, there's been a pretty significant drop in like the numbers of like flying insects. Because I remember growing up and those things were everywhere. You would like during the summertime, you just have clouds and clouds of bugs everywhere. They were everywhere. You would go driving literally anywhere and your windshield would get covered in bugs. And you know, it's not as much of a thing anymore. It's not as big of a deal. Like you can go out and you still get bugs on your car, but like not the way that you used to, I feel. And I think I remember seeing a thing that was talking about how like there legitimately are a lot less flying insects nowadays than there were a while back. But, which is an interesting thing, mostly because like I said, I think it's something that people just don't really think about. Because like, why would you think about that? You know, like why would the amount of insects that you run into with your car, and like it's not like it's not like a thing that happened like overnight, right? It's not like we were, you know, one day bugs were here, the next they're gone. It's been a pretty gradual thing over many years. It's crazy how the human mind works for that. I feel like, and there's been studies on this kind of stuff in general, but like people tend to be really bad at understanding like anything long term. Like, and it's just a natural like human thing. Like, why would why would anyone really be preoccupied with what's going to happen, like 10 years down the line? Um, and I think that's like, it's just a pretty interesting fact about humans that most of us just are really bad about thinking about like long-term stuff. Okay, let's get this dirt in here. I don't know. I try to keep up with a lot of like science stuff. One of the things I look at, one of the things and you know what? Now that I think about it, I haven't been doing it as much recently. I used to watch a lot of like science YouTube stuff. Like I used to watch like SciShow, and I don't really watch a whole lot of their stuff anymore. And it's not because like I don't like their type of content anymore. I feel like it's actually kind of more because like I've kind of gotten to the point where I kind of know a lot of the stuff that they go over on a regular basis. And it's interesting hearing about some of the new stuff that's happening, but I feel like a lot of stuff gets covered over and over again, which is fine because like obviously you're going to have new people. My show's more aimed at like younger audiences, so you got to make sure the young people uh, hear all that information. But maybe I should start watching them more often. I liked really like I guess I get a lot of my like science information and stuff from like social media. Um a lot of my social media feeds are kind of curated to be more like informational about stuff. Although I've been finding myself not wanting to engage with social media a whole lot in recent times. I feel like anybody who has been paying attention to what's been going on probably knows why, but it's just uh it's hard sometimes because like I understand what people are feeling right now, but it's just, man, I kind of just don't want to hear all the doom and gloom constantly. That's part of the reason why I started streaming, actually. Give us a nice little place to hang out and chill away from all that, which I think has been working out pretty well so far. I don't know. I guess when I start rambling, I start getting more into it. I think that's just more indicative of the times we're in. But what else has been going on? I mean, I don't know. I like man, maybe I should be looking into like more research stuff just so I'd have more to talk about on stream. I mean, like what even's been going on. I mean, like I don't know. Another thing that's really hard to talk about, um, because I have a background in computer science, and man, you know, uh, this sounds different nowadays, but when I was studying computer science, I specialized in AI a lot, and you know, it's kind of different nowadays with AI. A lot of people's opinions are a lot of people have very strong opinions about how AI is right now, and I don't blame them. It's definitely one of the questions of our time. But I don't know. I mean, there's positive things with AI too, which is what I try to focus on. There's been a lot of really cool advancements in that kind of stuff. I mean, I think my favorite thing with like AI. Oh my god, I had so much lime in here I didn't even realize. The parts of AI that I like are language models for like translation stuff has gotten like really sophisticated over the years. And I'm so happy about that because I love the idea of um of AI being used to like bridge that gap. Okay. It's just a shame the kinds of AI we ended up with. Yeah, it's crazy too because like full crop affinity 10? Okay. It's it's a shame we ended up with the kinds of AI that we have nowadays. 10, 10, 8, 9 over here. Okay, these are 10s. We're almost at the point where we're producing all 10s. 9s. There, okay. Because, it's one of those things where, like, I've always been, like, a firm believer in that whole idea of, like, no technology is, like, inherently good or bad. I mean, I feel like I probably could come up with some instances where that might not necessarily be the case. But, like, oh, I need to replant all this jute. I'm gonna do that while I'm over here. Um, like, there's definitely nines. Move these nines to the back and it ends in. Okay, and then these are all eights. These are all nines. Okay. Those are all eights. And these are all eights. Should be everything. But it's just a shame that we ended up with, where did my knife go? Where is my knife? Hello? What happened to my knife? Oh boy. What happened to my knife? Where did I put it? Okay. It's got to be like in a barrel somewhere, right? I must have like accidentally put it in a chest or a barrel or something. Hmm. Maybe it's downstairs. Probably downstairs. Okay. Okay. But yeah, I wish that this is a thing for like technology in general. I wish we got cool things instead of sad things. Okay, where the heck is my knife? Like, where did I put my knife? Um, I didn't break it, did I? Oh wait, you know what? I bet it's okay, I know where it is. It's gonna be on that it's gonna be on that crafting table where the cooking area is. I forgot I have a mod installed that leaves stuff on the crafting table. Yep, there it is. Still got our copper knife. Soon. Soon we will end up with a new knife. Oh heck, I didn't realize we were so close to the end of stream. We only got 5 minutes left. I've been rambling so much. I need to find happier things to talk about. I don't want to be depressing. Not on this not here. This is the one place where I'd like to not have to think about that stuff. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't heard. My dentist visit was pretty nice. Um, Speaking of like dentists and like what's it like medical stuff in general, dude, um medical technology has gotten really really good over the past couple decades. Like it's really cool that that's like one area where we keep advancing a lot in. um I had to get like the this is my first time at this dentist, so I had to get like my x-rays of my teeth and everything. And unfortunately they haven't developed a better way of doing it, um aside from like the whole shove this like thing, this like square thing in your mouth, and then have um the dentist, uh what is it, and like that's how they take the x-rays. um I mentioned like it's crazy that we haven't come up with a better way of doing that, but the dentist told me that apparently they have had some technological advancements with that. Like she said that at least now they can have like, I don't know exactly how the machines worked beforehand, but apparently they used to need like a machine for like every room in the dentist office. And now they can have like just the they can have the one machine, and or like they only have like two machines or something for the whole place. So it sounds like they've done something that's made those more like, I don't know, reusable or something. I don't know exactly how it worked. Um it kind of sounded like they just like threw them out afterwards, but I'm sure that's not what happened. Okay, we got our jute planted. Okay. Wow, man, it's already been 4 hours. That's crazy. Man, I need to like I need to come up with some more topics to talk about, but I should probably talk more during these streams because that made this stream fly by a lot faster. And look at that, we almost have a full barrel filled with jute, which we need to process into fibers at some point. Oh, wait, jute's up here. Yeah. You know, actually, I'm going to move you guys into this barrel here because we might need that barrel later. But yeah, as soon as I get this stuff put up, we're going to end stream for the day. Tomorrow, we're going to try and finish that forging area, hopefully get a coke oven going. And then we'll work on our blast furnace. Hopefully we'll have that up soonish. Okay, cool. We're right at the end of stream. Wow, this was fun. This was a pretty fun stream actually. I had a lot of fun. Um okay, cool. So let's see, end of stream stuff. Thank you for being here. Feel free to give me a follow if you're not already following. I'm so happy that you decided to spend your time here with me. Um, my YouTube channel is starting to get going. If for some reason you just want more content from me, feel free to check out the YouTube channel. Should be below the video, or it's just the same name as I am here on Twitch. Um, the videos are going to be the VODs from 2 weeks ago. So whatever stream I did 2 weeks, which would have been like the third stream that I ever did, that'll be going up right now. Should be going up right now. Feel free to check that out. If you want to keep up with me a bit more, follow me on Blue Sky. That link is also down below. I haven't been using it at all yet, but if anything happens, then I have to like cancel stream or something. Feel free to check that. I'll make a post on Blue Sky if I ever have to do that. Um, okay, I think that's it. Uh, Looks like we're good. Okay. Once again, thank you so much for joining me. I'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place.